Happy Thursday, folks. Captain Coder here this beautiful Thursday morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. The captain says hello to you. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you everyone so much for being here. We got Corfless. We got Mooniz. We got, who else is here? We got MMO Pug. The whole crew. Even Art's here. It says, are we just posting random emotes now? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Caveman Crafton, welcome back, my friend. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. For those of you who missed the pre-show chatter, the pre-stream chatter, I was just saying that I got an email at the end of, so I got an email on like February 27th, so just short, I got an email saying, you're approaching your bandwidth limit. I was going, wait, I thought I upgraded to the unlimited plan. And it turns out the unlimited plan, you get 1.2 terabytes of bandwidth. And then if you go over, you can start paying more. You start paying by every 50 gigabytes past that, you pay a little bit more. I forget exactly, I did like $5 for every gigabyte past that. So it's unlimited up to 1.2, and then it costs a little more. So so the other plans, those other plans, you don't, if you go past your limit, just shut your internet off. This one, you pay for the privilege of being able to pay more if you go over. That's right. We almost got a woe. We almost got a woe chain there. I don't know if people are woe enough. I don't know if people are woe. Are you woe enough? Are you a woe enough dude? Are you a woe enough dude? Thank you. Whoa. Thank you guys so much for being here. Got Moonhead's unwoe. I wonder. The unwoe. I need to add an unwoe command. What would the unwoe command starts with? It just pops up immediately, goes what, and then goes down. But good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I hope everyone's having a fabulous day wherever you happen to be in the world. Daylight savings time is coming up here, March 12th, and so I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do when daylight savings time happens. So in the United States, we have daylight savings time. I think in a lot of places in the world have it. I don't know. Look, the captain is a simpleton. I'm a ton of simple, so I don't understand all these things. I live in a place that does not observe daylight savings time. So I live in a place that does not observe daylight savings time, but I work for a company that does observe daylight savings time. So my whole schedule changes when that happens. Last year when it happened this last time, it was very, very interesting. Everything went later, and now it's going to happen. Everything's going to be a little bit earlier. So I have this dilemma. Of, am I going to start streaming an hour earlier, or am I gonna be streaming an hour later for everyone else or an hour earlier for myself? I don't know what to do. I don't think it's gonna be that hard a decision. So March 12th is when that's gonna happen. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. That said, I am taking a break at the end of March. I'm gonna be on vacation. So the 24th through the 31st, I will be out of town. And then I believe, yeah. So the game jam, Moon is boo. Yeah, Dramox was saying, why don't you just bring us with you? Dramox says daylight saving time is a bit whack. We do need it back when there was no electricity and people had to go light up gas lamps and blah blah blah. Yeah. I don't know how much I agree or disagree with it. I have mixed feelings. I think it causes me a lot of trouble. Ain't got to go. You ain't got to go. Yeah, ain't got to go. Thank you for the follow. Ain't got to go. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Thursday to you. Ain't got to go. If you have any questions, if you didn't know this face here, this is Captain Coder. I am Captain Coder. Coder Captain is me, and me is a computer science educator. I educate the computer scientists to the folks out there in the world. And if you have any questions, computer science related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have. Just keep them friendly, family friendly. We have a PG, PG-11 teen stream here, folks. PG-11 teen. Art says, Captain Picard says, schedule often with a soft shh. So do not shy from it. It's your inner captain trying to assert themselves. That's exactly right. Drum says daylight saving time is just trouble. I don't know how I feel about it. Corfless says we all need vacation. Outdoor stream. When's the outdoor stream coming? Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Gordienko Games, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back, Gordienko Games. Happy Thursday to you. Muna says Europe was supposed to remove daylight saving time in 2020-ish, but then COVID happened and it put a hold on. Art says, ooh, hike stream. That would be interesting. I think, I don't know, I don't have that unlimited plan on my phone. See, I got the unlimited plan on my internet, but on my phone, I don't have that unlimited plan. And as we all know, unlimited plans, what does that even really mean? That said, I will be back, so we're streaming all of this month up until the 24th. Oh, no, actually, I'll be streaming on the 24th, and then the 25th through the 1st. Actually, 25th through the 1st, I won't be streaming. That's interesting. 25th through the 1st, I won't be streaming. The Game Jam does start on April 1st, so I'm actually not going to be starting the Game Jam until April 2nd. So April 2nd through the 7th, I'll be doing that Game Jam for sure. I thought I had my dates mixed up. Yeah, but we're gonna be doing a stream-a-thon beginning of April 2nd through the 7th. That's probably gonna, now that I'm like, I have 6 days, it's probably gonna be like 50 to 60 hours that week. I'm super excited for it. G4 Good Looking says, you look like Homelander's dead. Homelander's dead. I don't know who Homelander is. I'm sorry. Is that a compliment or not? I'll take that as a compliment, G4 Good Looking. I appreciate that. Let's go look at who Homelander is. Sorry, I'm a simpleton. Homelander's dad. Let's see here. Images. Ooh, I like that. Do people think, is this what I look like to other people? All fuzzy and pixelated? Yeah, look at that. Is that what I look like? Oh, wow. What a compliment. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I didn't watch The Boys. I'm sorry. I don't watch a whole lot of television. I really, really don't watch a whole lot of television. But thank you. I love that compliment. Dramix, I guess the cat. Oh, yeah. Muna says, in my dreams, your face is in 144p. That's right. All right, so folks, what are we working on today? What are we doing? What have we accomplished so far? If you want, Drum says 144 potatoes. Yes, 144 potatoes. That's what I look like. I'm just a big sack of potatoes. For those of you who are just joining us, maybe for the first time, joining us for maybe just for time, we are currently working on an RPG-inspired crafting system. So we're building a crafting system. If you miss, we're on day 4. If you missed the first 3 days and you want a little, maybe this isn't the briefest. I'm sorry, there's no dark mode. I've already got some complaints that there's no dark mode on this side. I'm not, Captain Coder's not a web developer, folks. Captain Coder uses, the Just Docs template. I need to add, if someone wants to make a dark mode for this, someone wants to reach out, if anyone's interested, I would actually, I'm not going to say how much I would pay, but I would hire someone to make a dark mode for this template for me. So if there's anyone out there looking to make a little moolah, send me a whisper, contact me on the Discord. I'm happy to take a look at it. Dramel says crafting system. That's just a ruse. This is unit testing on. Yes, we are doing some unit tests. We did a design doc on day 1. Let's go look at it just for a moment so people know what we're doing. We came up with what our learning goals are. If you don't read Chicken Scratch, this says that I want to learn about scriptable objects. We did that. We started learning about that. So I'm really, really happy we started learning that. Arcados, welcome back, my friend. Arcados says, hello, everyone. Hello, Arcados. How are you on this beautiful Thursday, my friend? Drabulk, Art replying to says, deeply scarred by the captain's test writing, aren't we? Yes, we are. Corporal says, all right, Captain, I will have some social night on Discord. Feel free to keep coding and keep growing, sir. But sure, I will come back in it. That's right, Corfless. You know it. You are welcome back anytime, Corfless. Have a beautiful day. Oh, that's a lie. That's not the last break. Reset break. We're going to start that break timer over, folks. I need to add a thing that lets me add some time to it. That's okay. Dramux says, I do those at work a lot, so in my spare time I try to stay away from them. Yeah, Dramux has been scarred by them too much. Arcados asked me how am I doing. I don't know, I might have already replied to this, but I'm doing fabulous, my friend. Absolutely fabulous. So our learning goals, I wanted to figure out how can I use dynamically linked libraries in Unity? How can I write a library outside of Unity and then use it inside? And because I want to sort of write my Captain Coder core library that has all the utilities that I keep using this code in many different places. I want to learn about scriptable objects. So we figured this one out using DLLs in Unity. That's super exciting. Scriptable objects seem really, really powerful, really cool. I think I've just scratched the surface a little bit, but we did that a little bit yesterday. Today, I want to get to where we're actually using the UI toolkit and play mode. So this is what I want to learn about on this project. These are my learning goals. And the project scope is in 7 days. So we're on day 4. So we have 4, is that 4, 5, 6, 7? We have 4 days left, folks. 4 days to finish the crafting system. We're going crafting system version 0. We have a 2-dimensional grid that can have spots missing. So you might be able to have a crafting container that's small or large or like some interesting type of shape. And the idea is you put items in that, you hit craft, and then those items, the combination of items, may or may not have a recipe associated with it. If they do, then it produces a new item. So that's the goal. Pretty standard crafting system. Think Minecraft. Someone says the cube from the cube from Diablo. Forget the exactly I always forget the Diablo 2 cube recipes. The Horadric cube recipes. Yeah, so similar to that. So I'm super excited. What have we done so far? So we've defined out. Let's take a look. We've written yes, Dramulks, we have written a bunch of unit tests. Codex here says, I got to figure out the DLL thing. It's been like 20 years since I've done any of that stuff. Codex, it's so beautiful. You can write code in C#11 and then just be like, and use it in your Unity project. So I was able to define this beautiful struct here. This is in my Captain Coder core library. I'm using position a lot in many different projects, and I just rewrite it every time. Now I have this core library here, the Captain Coder.core library, and I can use the top level namespace. I don't have to use no curly braces. Look at that. I can use a public read-only struct position, and then I wrote an implicit cast from pairs to position. So I'm super, super happy with this. And then I wrote a little thing that when I build it, it automatically dumps it into Unity for me, and I can use that code in my Unity code. It's fabulous. This font's a little small. How's the font size? Is this font legible? Does this font need to be bigger? I was doing some coding. I forgot to put it back on the streaming size. Oh, that coffee is good. That coffee just, hits you, gets right in your body, goes straight to your, those blood veins. All right, so our crafting system, we were in the process yesterday. We defined these so we started doing scriptable objects. So let's go look at some of those. Let's go look at some of the scriptable objects here. I have 2 assemblies that I want to use. One of them is let's come down here. One of them is my crafting system. So this doesn't use the Unity engine. This one doesn't use the Unity engine. So this is just a crafting system, pure code. I'm gonna probably pull this out into a DLL. I haven't, I wasn't sure if I was gonna need Unity for it or not. But I'm gonna pull this out into a DLL, I'm pretty sure. And then I have my crafting system that uses the Unity engine. So if we look at this assembly here, this one, I hit this little checkbox that does not reference the Unity engine. So you can do that. I really like that about these engines. And so that in itself speeds up the compile time quite a bit, actually, because it doesn't have to link with it. We do link to my Captain Coder DLL down here. And then the actual Unity version, that's that one. This one links with the engine. And then we have it's sort of the layer on top of the crafting system. So let's take a look at that. So our shapeless recipe data. This is gonna drive me nuts, isn't it? We'll go ahead and shrink this. We'll deal with that outside of it. All right, so we started using a scriptable object. So anyone who isn't familiar with scriptable objects, we did this. So I made this thing. I think I need to make an interface so that, okay. So I'm all distracted. What do we want to accomplish today? All right, everyone, deep breath with me. Everyone, deep breath. We got to focus. Deep breath in. Hold it. Oh, and out. One more deep breath in. And out. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to feel good. One more time. In. And out. Oh, okay. I was getting too excited there. If I get too excited, then I can't focus. We have a limited amount of time. And so these are the things I want to try to accomplish. I know I got a lot on here today. I'm hoping to get through them. I want to finish our recipe database class. That's what we started last time. We didn't quite finish it. I want to write a simple interface for each type that must be implemented. So here's what I wanted to do with that. Dramilk says, next project, Captain, would be cool to make a board game in Unity with basic multiplayer so we can all play campaigns. Ooh, yeah. I've thought about making a chess game. So when I was younger, so the first stream I ever did, actually, the first stream I think I ever did was this one. Let's go to the archive real quick. The first stream I ever did was for refactoring a chess game. So all of these get dumped over on YouTube. We got some playlists here, but I refactored. Well, it's not the first live stream I did. That's not true. This is the first. I kind of got, in November I did this live stream, refactoring a chess program. And this was super cool. This was super fun to do. And then this sort of made me go like, oh, I wonder if I could write a chess game that, write a library for a chess game, then put that in Unity and make it multiplayer. And I said, oh, you know what? Make it even better. When I was younger, I was in Scouts, and one of my friends had this game called Nightmare Chess. I don't remember I've never been able to find it anywhere else. But it was a 4-player chess game. It came with a special board. It was a special board, 4-player chess board, and it had cards, like Magic the Gathering type cards. And there was one deck that everyone shared, and you had cards. You'd have a hand of a couple cards, and you'd have things like reanimate. So you could a piece that was destroyed of yours, you could, sacrifice a piece of equal cost to reanimate that. So you could transform your knight into a rook, or a rook into a bishop before you take your next move. It was super cool. That would be an awesome board game to implement. But starting off with just simple chess rules. Start off with simple chess and you slowly add stuff to it. It was such a cool game. But I've wanted to kind of make a card game as well. There's all these ideas I have now since you guys got me all into game development. I can't, I have all these ideas now. I got all these, and then I want to make my marble. And there's all sorts of stuff. Okay. But we're going to focus on this one first, and then I'm going to talk about this. Otherwise, I'm just never going to get anything done. So we're going to actually go to our recipe database class. Codex says game dev is fun. It's totally fun. It's almost too much fun. It's taken over my life. No, it's not. I'm just having a ton of fun doing it. Moona says, I wish I had more time to game dev. That's kind of how I feel. I'm really looking forward to this summer. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this summer. This is me learning how to game dev, and I'm having so much fun. Kodak says, hard but fun. These white papers I'm reading lightly are mind melting. Dremmel's replying to Moon says, you do have Moon code in your sleep. That's true. That's true. Just code in your sleep. All right, so our recipe database. Let's go look at this. Mr. Natural says, getting excited and inspired is fun. Not enough time to do all the things I want to. That's right, I feel the exact same. This is why I've been trying to master the multi-form jitsu, the multi-form technique, so I can like multiply myself out. And then, you know, after I'm done learning all the things, I can come back together as one. Can come back together as one. All right, folks. So we're gonna hop in here. Here is my recipe database. The main idea with the recipe database is it's going to have this one function, this one method here. The recipe database given, you know, so we're gonna say given a set is the wrong word. IEnumerable. I don't want to say IEnumerable here, but so essentially we'll just do IEnumerable. An IEnumerable of param ref name equals ingredients. So given the ingredients and a CC ref crafting category and a param ref name category. See, I don't need to do this. Given ingredients and a category, attempt to find a recipe. Param ref name equals recipe in the database. If one is found, returns true and populates param ref name equals recipe. Otherwise, returns false and the value of param ref name equals recipe is undefined. Okay, so the idea with this method is we're going to have sort of this fast lookup. The idea is I want to make sure the lookup for finding my recipes is quick. And so there's like a trick to this. I don't want to have to loop through all possible recipes, checking if the ingredients match and checking if the categories match to get it out. Codex here asks, curious what makes you choose to use an out modifier? Excellent question. So C# provides an out modifier here. This allows us to set a value as an argument, so you can pass and, oh, hey, I want this thing to be out there. The main idea, you'll see this a lot in C# for try. Typically, you'll see this in try methods. It doesn't have to be called try, but the idea is like this. I would say something like if int.tryParse user input out int result. It allows me to put it in an if statement or a while loop. It allows me to use that as a Boolean expression. That's, in my opinion, the biggest way. So for control flow, it's very, very useful. So I'm expecting the user of this to use try get recipe, pass in some values, and have a not here that says something along the lines of display error that recipe doesn't exist. Did that answer your question, Codex? That is my main motivation. My main motivation here is what happens if this recipe doesn't exist. If I didn't do this, I might have to do something like get recipe. So I might have something like get recipe, give it some stuff, and then there's sort of, it could be null Right, so recipe equals this, and I'd have to do if recipe equals null, do a thing. So it sort of makes it so that we have this sort of together in one go. I hope that answered your question. There are other alternatives. One of the things I love about programming is that this isn't the only solution. The working man says, hey, good morning. Are maybe like types common in C sharp? So in Haskell, we have this idea of maybes. I believe that's what you're asking about, maybes. So in Haskell, we have this idea of maybe. In C sharp, you have a nullable, you could do a nullable type, nullable string. So this would be, can be simplified. Yeah, so you have nullable types. I don't know why it doesn't like that. And then also there's shorthand for it. We just put a question mark next to it. And this says that this thing could be null. So nullable types do exist in C sharp. But the version of C sharp that, so in latest versions of C sharp, there is like, it'll automatically tell you, hey, this thing shouldn't be null. And you'll get warnings built in. The version of C sharp that is being used by Unity, which is like version 8, doesn't have the nullable warnings and stuff built into it. I hope that answered your question, The Working Man. Thank you for asking. That's a great question. Okay, so that is my motivation there. So the way I want to get this to work, the way I intend to get this to work, is by having this dictionary where I have key values that are based off the ingredients and category. The one important thing here is that the ingredient order shouldn't matter. So if I have an ingredient, say I have my boat recipe takes 3 wood and a rope, I could have wood, 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 rope, wood, wood, rope, wood, wood, rope, wood, wood, or rope, wood, wood, wood. That order doesn't matter. Those are all the same recipe in this shapeless recipe type. And so our recipe entry here, the way I've defined it is I'm gonna have a dictionary which has the ingredients, going from ingredients to the count, the number of times we've seen that thing, and then the crafting category. I'm gonna build up a hash code. So this hash code will allow us to have lookups in a dictionary. So if you're putting stuff in a dictionary, you need to have a hash code. And if you want them to match up such that any order ingredients should have the same hash code, that'll give us the same key. And then the equality operator, so checking equality, should also return true if the order, if the set is the same rather than the order. Okay, so we started writing this yesterday, and we just ran out of time. And so the first thing I do is I say, hey, do the hash codes match? If they don't, so we're gonna fail fast. We're gonna fail as fast as possible. Workman says, nice to see you working hard early. Going to write tutorial quest for my game. Beautiful, friend. Thank you so much for popping in. It's so nice to see your name in the chat. If you ever wanna, promote your game here, do not hesitate to post links. Love to see it. All right, so our hash, first we check, do the hash codes match? If they don't match, they're not gonna be equal. Then there was a weird thing here where category, Art says, tutorial quests sounds promising. That's right, tutorial quests the game. I was a little confused as to why I couldn't do the following. Category equals entry dot category. I got a warning or an error even. The equals operator cannot be applied to operands of type crafting category and crafting category. And I don't quite understand this error. And it was just surprising to me. But that said, we do have an equality. Crafting, it really needs to be dot equals anyway. I just thought double equals would work because our crafting, oh, this should be renamed to crafting category, by the way. Let's rename that real quick. in Unity. Fix this error so that way Unity's happy. Codex says you have to implement the operators for structs. That's so fascinating to me. I thought, oh, you know what? I'm so used to doing record structs that that makes sense, Codex. I was thinking so over in you know, Saneland, in new C sharp land, you can define your structs this way. Read only struct. If it's a record struct, it gives you get equality checks, toString, and get hash code for free. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you for that, Codex, for giving me for participating, for giving me the answer there. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that information. I'll just do dot equals because that's gonna be better anyway. That said, I need to go implement the dot equal on recipe category. Okay, I wanted to rename this should be crafting category. Okay, so crafting category. And I guess we should implement dot equals to be based on the name. So override equals and hash code. There we go. Okay, so now we can do a dot equals on them. And then the one last thing that I wanted to do is we need to be able to do this deep compare on the two dictionaries. So you can't just do an equality check on the two dictionaries, unless everything inside of it happens to implement like an IEquatable, and that's just not as common as you might hope it to be. So instead we're gonna go through. I've implemented this before. We're gonna write our own deep compare, and I'm gonna write it as an extension method, and that's exactly how we've written in the past. I would like to be able to say item counts dot deep compare, deep equals, maybe set equals is really what we want here. Using is system.link. Is there a set equality in set equals? There's not. So I want to add a set, key value pair equals on this items count and the entry dot items count. And so we're going to implement a what is it called? An extension method on dictionary to do this. We're going to implement an extension method on dictionary to do this. And I've done this in several projects. Key value pair equals. So I'm going to do it in my where is you? Where are you? In my CaptainCoder.core library. Excuse me. So what I would like to do in my Captain Coder core is I'm going to create a new file, and this is going to be called dictionary extensions, like this. And we're going to put this in namespace CaptainCoder.core. Part of me wonders whether or not this should be in a another sub namespace called extensions, but I'm not sure. What is the convention there in that regard of creating a library that provides extensions? I just don't want to conflict with anything. In this case, though, we're going to do a public static class dictionary extensions, and then we're going to have a public static bool, and this is going to be following this. Did I save that file? Recipe database. Yeah, so in assets, let's find recipe database. We want it to look like this. Okay, so this method key value pair equals, and it's going to take in a dictionary. Using Am I using to go above or below the namespace? Using system.collections.generic dictionary of dictionary key value dictionary 0. I'm gonna do D0 dict 0 maybe dictionary of K. Oh, I need to put the generic type here. Hang on. Key value pairs of key value pairs like this, dict1. Okay. And so for default, I'm just gonna return false here. And then we'll do a build just so we can see how this is gonna work. We're gonna build this up to demonstrate this. We're gonna demonstrate how this works. So over here, let's get this to rebuild real quick. Building it on up. Build. Gotta build it up. All right, because we just did a DLL. We built the DLL. We're gonna get some errors here. So I'm gonna explain how the extension method works. So if you're not familiar with extension methods in C#, now would be a good time to pay attention. Be a good time to pay attention.
You in the back, pay attention.
All right, so we wrote this method here. Like this. Key value pair dictionary dict like this takes in 2 dictionaries. It's part of the captaincoder.core. So in our recipe database, Ben Smith says, hey, Captain Coder, gotta say I'm enjoying this series. Just stumbled on your content a few days ago, and this is the first time I'm seeing you live. Keep up the good work, very educational. Ben Smith, I'm so happy you're enjoying it, my friend. You're always welcome here. Whoa, that's right. Thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you for such a nice comment. And, keep coding, keep growing. If you have any questions, Ben, do not hesitate to ask. Feel free to ask them in the comments if you ever have them as well. But so happy that you're here, and you're welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. So let's see here. I need to do using captaincoder.core. So I need to make sure I have this in here. So my captaincoder.core. And now I should have dictionary. This might need to be, should be dictionary extensions. One moment, folks. I'm editing this in 2 different dictionary. I think this needs to be. One moment, bear with me. Grab your bears, everybody. Bear with me. This needs to build, I think. I think it's having trouble putting it together because there were compilation errors. And I might have to reload my VS Code since I made a change there. So it should be dictionary extensions, yeah. So I'm gonna have to reload VS Code here. One more moment, just gotta bear with me just a second longer, folks. Just a second longer. Maybe a couple seconds, sorry, not just 1 second, maybe 3 to 12 seconds while this reloads. All right, so now that this is hopefully rebuilt, it should have a reference. Now VS Code's gonna be aware of that. It's because I changed the external DLL. So we should have dictionary, come on. There you go, load for me. Dictionary extensions dot key value pairs, and so now I should be able to do items count comma entry dot items count, right? So I could do this. The one thing I want to do is, this is a little bit verbose. One of the benefits we get from the dictionary extensions is we could put the keyword this here. I'm gonna have to reload it again. I'm gonna have to reload it. I'm sorry, folks, should have done this in the first place. If we put the keyword this on it, we can use it as though it was a method on the first argument here, this dictionary argument. You just gotta rebuild it. Well, I wanted to show the difference, Dramux. Exactly. So I wanted to show people extension methods in case people hadn't seen it, and you know, blew my mind when I learned about extension methods. That's right, Dramux. So we got to add that in there, and then we got to rebuild so that we can find it. And then I have to reload. All right, so now we're gonna reload this window. Kodak says, "Good old mixins." Yeah. I love this. The extensions like this in C#. Really nice tooling. That said, other languages do it as well. But I really like the ability to do that. So now I can do items count. Essentially what I have below here, I can do this one. So this becomes, this is syntactic sugar for this because we put the keyword there. All right, so hopefully you'll notice right now it's still gonna fail. And that's because I didn't actually write an implementation for my dictionary, my key value pair there. So we gotta get that key value pair resolved and the way we're gonna do this is we actually are gonna do, and you know, we have to iterate through and make sure that all the key value pairs are identical. And so in this case, we're gonna say, we want to stop as early as possible. So if these don't have the same number of entries, we stop. All right, so we start out saying if dict0.count is not equal to dict1.count, return false. So this is a very quick operation, and it should just be count, I believe. Very quick operation. Why am I not getting syntax highlighting? .net build. Very quick operation there. So if they have the same count, we actually want to go through and say, okay, since they have the same count, if I iterate over one, if iterate over one, checking if the keys match the key value pairs, then we should be good to go. So now we can say for each, this is going to be KV. So I'm going to go key value in dict0. All right, so this is the key value pair in dictionary 0. I will then say if dict1.try get value, if I try and get this key and I can't, out the other, I return false. So if the keys do not match all the way down, we return false. And then we want to do one more check here that says if the value dot equals other, if this is not true, we return false. So we need to do a key value pair check all the way down. If we get all the way down, these are true. It returns true. So this is sort of a deep compare. So I'm going to add a little bit of a summary just so people know that this thing does a deep compare. It goes through every single, doesn't do anything clever. Performs a deep comparison of all key value pairs in param ref name dict0 and param ref name equals dict1. Okay, so that's really simple. I just want people to know that this is literally going to go through and loop through all. So it has no really, it's about as fast as it can be, I think. It fails quickly, so you'll find out relatively quickly. My face is all off here. My AI is doing a bad job of keeping my face centered there. I had to manually adjust it with my remote there. All right, so now that we have this, I'm hoping that our unit test, Dramux, I'm sorry. I'm hoping, this is saying possible null reference here. So there's some warning that's not coming through. Let's reload this here. One of these things, it's probably this here, is saying this can be null. On line 15. Oh, it's saying this can be null. Okay, so then we'll say value other value can be null here. This is fascinating. If value equals null and other equals null, continue. And then we know for sure value is not null here. So I should be able to put an exclamation point here. I don't know why I'm not getting the highlighting here telling me this. Let's try this. Okay, so what I did, because in an arbitrary case, you might be able to pull a value out. Your value might be null. You can't do a dot equals on value. So I did a little check here that says if the value is equal to null and the other is also equal to null, we just skip it. We go to the next one. There's one other case here that says if this will not be true. Here's the thing. I want this to be true, Codex. So if I put the question mark here, my question becomes, if this is null, does this evaluate to true or false? So at this point, we say if value equals null or that exclamation point. Let's see if that does it. Did that make sense, Codex, or am I wrong on that? I might have a misunderstanding of how the question mark works because I need it to evaluate to a Boolean expression. If I put a question mark here, I don't know why I'm not getting, yeah. So I can't actually put the question mark here because this needs to be a Boolean value. So if at this point value is null, that means other isn't null. And so we will return false. I think this is good. Codex says null is a valid value. But we know that they're both not null here. All right, so if value is null, right? So if value is null and other is null, we're here. If we're on this line, we know that they're both not null. So if value happens to be null, that means other's not null and we can return false. Otherwise, we want to check whether or not value equals other. And so this will do the null check for us anyway, here. So I think this is correct. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot how to pronounce it again. Suniyama. Suniyama, welcome back, my friend. Happy Thursday. How are you? How are you doing, my friend? So nice to see you again. But we're gonna test this out. I'm really frustrated that I'm not getting like squiggly lines in here on these things, but we built this. We're gonna get it in Unity. We're gonna see if our test will pass now. Because specifically, it is reload this. Yeah, Ben Smith asked, is that covering the case when other is null? I believe so. The only time that wouldn't be true. All right, so let's check it out. So in this case, there's two options at this point. Or there's three options. Value is null. If, this will go to false. All right. If value is not null, we say, in this case, other is null, and this becomes value dot equals null. So if the equality check returns true, So this equals should catch this for us. And then the other option is value and other are not null, and then we get value dot equals other. So yes, I believe this catches all of them. If I really wanted to be safe, I could do other is null. here, right? I can foresee some, yeah. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But I believe so. I believe so. Hopefully Unity had a moment to rebuild that for it. It looks like it did. We come in here. This is compiling. That doesn't mean it's passing. And then we had written a little recipe database test. Recipe database test. Checking. So this is sort of the quality I want on these entries. On the entries, the order shouldn't matter. So I created the, all permutations of wood rope in here. Just for my brain, I'm gonna put this down here. So it goes rope, 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 like that. So changing the position of rope is the equality on all of these should be the same. So I'm hoping that is the case. Codecs, yeah, unit tests in Unity were a little tricky because they don't make it super easy to get working right off the bat. Why do these all pass? Why are these all passing right now? That's disturbing. Container recipe. All right, so it is saying that this is true, that these all equal now. Was that not the case before? I had this previously. I want to make my brain is right. So you have to set up a test assembly in Unity to do it. So .NET, yeah, okay, all right. So it wasn't working. I think I put this as return true. Okay, so now our entry sets, not our entries, but our recipe entries seem to be working the way we want. Again, unit tests don't prove your code is correct. All it does is it proves that these assumptions are correct. In this case, this assumption is true, and it's because the hash codes on wood and rope happen to work the way we kind of expect them to. That said, if we had two different woods, that wouldn't be the case. So these are not checking equality based off this string here right now. So that's a little caveat we got to be careful about in that regard. And so something we might do in our item interface is we might say, oh, well, you have to give us a unique ID for your item or something like that. But I'm not going to go that far just yet. I'm going to see how far I can go without. The fewer restrictions you can put on someone using your tool, the more likely they are to actually be successful with it. So I want it to be as easy as possible to use. But codecs, if you want to, on the blog, let's see, did I talk about it here? Oh, I gloss over it. I glossed over how I set up the testing, but we did do a video on it. Pac-Van says, sing a song. Sing you a song, I'm the coder man. Sing you a song tonight. 'Cause we're all in a mood for some code-alongs, and this coding's got me feeling alright. How do you feel about that, Pac-Van? Pac-Van, was that okay? Did I sing you a song? Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied, Pac-Van? Satisfied? Satisfied with that song, Pac-Man? I hope so. Shiny Games says, hey ya, Shiny Games, how you doing? Pac-Man, thank you so much for prompting that song. You know I love to sing. You know I love to sing a song, a songy singer. Shiny Games, Pac-Man, how are you guys doing today? It's so nice to see your, I was gonna say lovely faces, I can't see your face. See your lovely names, see your lovely little avatars in my chat. I'm doing fabulous, Pac-Man. Pac-Man says, doing good. How are you? I'm doing fabulous. Fabulous. We just got our recipe entries working the way we want. Okay, so here's the cool thing. Now that I have this recipe entry, assuming my database is initialized, all right? So I'm just gonna assume my recipe entry works. I don't know if that's a good thing to assume. But now that I'm pretty sure my recipe entry works, the idea here would be that given these ingredients, I can say, okay, well, let's go look up. We can create one of these. Hang on, my caps is going crazy. recipe entry. Key is going to be new recipe entry ingredients and category. I just take that, I build my key out, and I say, essentially, this becomes return database.try get value, and the try get value is on my key, out on my recipe like this. So essentially, this is just sort of like this fancy wrapper for calling our internal dictionary there. Code Rad Games, welcome back, my friend. How are you doing, Code Rad? So nice to see you. So nice to see you. Shai says, oh, I wanted to ask you, Captain, doing summary here, does it make a tooltip appearing when you do code using the function? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So I get this tooltip here, and you'll notice these things are highlighted. Ingredients, category, recipe, because I'm using the param_ref syntax. And the nice thing about this, check this out. If I were to rename this, oh, it's smart enough to rename it there as well. So it's a good idea to use that as well throughout. Another thing you can do is, so for example, given a param_ref, if I were to reference a class, I could do C ref recipe database. This will actually create a, so one thing, there's like document generators. This will also, if I were to rename this class, I did something wrong. Is it cref? There's another one I can do for classes. Why isn't it cref? I forget. It's probably because I have to have a T in there. And then if I rename this test, I don't know. There's something we can do there. I think this generic types bother me. But when you generate documentation, so there's like tools you can do to like generate, say there's a tool I can use to generate a website for my API. This will have links to these things to them if you use the proper stuff here. And so like on the Microsoft documents, if we go look at list C#, here, this page is actually generated by those summary tags. So in their summary tags, you can actually put in like code samples and stuff like that. You can put in like a header saying example, and as it goes through, it'll have that. And then this is sort of the thing you'll get this stuff here. Notice how it's linked. This is because they used the correct XML documentation style there. So I hope that helps, Shiny. I thank you for asking. That's a great question. Someone had asked me, I don't see, maybe I imagine. I thought someone asked me something interesting. It's super nice. It's super helpful. All right, so when we make this database now, I need to think about how do I want, I think the way I'm gonna make the database is I'm just gonna say that the recipe database of type T is gonna take in an IEnumerable of shapeless recipes type T recipes, and it's gonna use that to build up this dictionary. Do I need to put this T here? That's why. Okay, so I take in these recipes. I'm gonna check if recipes is null. Throw new argument null exception. Cannot construct, or just say recipes must be non-null, like that. And then we're gonna build out this database. I'm gonna make this read only. We'll initialize it. Database equals new dictionary, like that. And we're gonna iterate through all of these. So we're gonna say for each shapeless recipe in recipes, shapeless recipe of T. There we go. We're gonna loop through all of them, and we're just gonna pull out each of those things. We're gonna say that database of new recipe entry, recipe dot ingredients, recipe dot category is gonna be equal to the recipe. So we just build up all those keys as we come through, and put it in there. Voila, easy. So this should be all we need for our recipe database. The hardest part was getting this fast lookup here. So I think this will work. We haven't written a test for it. I don't know, Dremel, because I don't know that we need a test for this one. But I'm pretty confident it'll work. And so the test should be really, really easy to write. The test should be really, really, all right. So we're going to write, you know, a simple test. Dramox, I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry that you have to be here to witness this day. Test recipe. We're going to test, try get, I feel confident. But here's the thing. All right, Dramox, the last project, the dungeon generator, the procedural generator. I didn't write tests until I started finding bugs, and it turns out the bugs weren't where I thought they were. And had I just written tests, I would have known that right off the bat, and I wouldn't have been like, is this test wrong or is my code wrong? I just, you know, I can't handle not having tests. I need them. I need the tests in my life. So we're gonna try get recipe here. Drama says, write bugless code. I can't. I'm not good enough. I can't help but write bugs. Database equals a new recipe database like this. And then this is going to be recipes. So we have to build up a bunch of recipes ahead of time. And we can get examples of this in our test. The other thing that's nice about writing tests, something that I really like about writing tests, when someone comes into a project, you're like, how does this thing work? It says, well, go look at how the test defines it. So you can see how it's supposed, because the test should be how you intend for that API to be used. And so it's really, really useful, I think, as a tool for onboarding people into your project. All right, so we're gonna have this recipe here. So I'm gonna do an array, sorry, not array, shapeless recipe simple item array equals a new array, and we'll put boat recipe here. I gotta put more than one thing in there. This should be called recipes. Codex says it's 7 a.m. I haven't slept. Time to go crash. Thanks for the info, and I'll catch you around next time. Catch you later and around. All right, Codex, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Thank you for popping in. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful sleep. Arcado says, have you used Monogamy? I haven't, but I kind of want to give it a try. I do want to give it a try. I haven't used it. There's so many things I want to try. It's on my list of my ever-growing list of things I want to get to. But no, I haven't used Monogame. I've heard really, really good things about it though. Mooney says, I write things that aren't working properly and then I fix them, never bugs. That's right. You write features that are not quite, you write features that need massaging. Massageable features. Get them massaged into perfection. Moonray Murray says, yo, how's it going? It's going well, Moonray. It's going well. It's going fabulous. Moonray, how are you? How is your horde game coming? Your game with hordes of enemies. I love. Anyone who doesn't know, we have a Discord server. You're welcome to join, no pressure. If you don't want to be on the Discord, that's fine. But you're missing out on cool things like the following over there. Let's go look at Moonray Murray. Look at this. This game looks amazing. Look at all those eyeballs you got to fight. He's working on this. His game looks amazing. I'm so excited to see it. But yeah, if you want to stay up to date with what Moonray Murray is doing, if you want to stay up to date with what other people are doing, what people are posting, sharing there, chit-chat with them, if you just want to ask questions, there's a spot to ask questions. If you want to get some memes, look. Oh no. Just bear with me, folks. You just got to bear with me. If you want to post memes, you can. If you want to ask for help, you can ask for help. If you want to suggest which projects, you know why we're doing the crafting system? Because someone suggested it. Unity Coder suggested it. Thank you, Unity Coder. But yeah, no pressure to join the Discord. Just saying that if you'd like to, one exists and it's a super fun. I'm having a blast on the Discord. I almost didn't make one. I had a separate Discord that I was using for some other stuff. I almost didn't make one, and I'm really glad I did because it's so much fun being there. All right, so I need to add. I'm gonna make one more recipe here. All right, one more recipe, folks. And this, I don't need to do, we'll make it out of the same things. We'll do, you know what? We'll do rope. Rope. What should rope make? No, here what I'm gonna make a simple item thread equals new thread. We'll say thread is gonna create a rope. This is gonna be rope ingredients. Because there's 2 boats from stacked ingredients. That could be interesting. We're gonna go with rope recipe like this, and we're gonna say that this one is a thread. I'm just gonna rename this. Oh, I gotta do 2 different crafting categories just to make sure. It's gonna be sewing. Sewing. Gonna be rope ingredients. This will be sewing. Call this sewing category. And this one is gonna be our this is gonna return a rope. Okay. So this is the idea here. So now I have a rope recipe, and I should be able to use my recipes database to do the following. Database.try_get_recipe. I should be able to pass in my boat ingredients and woodworking and expect that my out is going to be, let's go with simple item out, boat, I'm gonna go with actual. Okay, and out simple item. Cannot convert from crafting item to shapeless recipe. Oh, this should be our recipe. This should be our recipe. Like that. And we should do assert.true on this one. And we want to assert.r equal boat recipe with actual. Okay, so that should be the case there. We should be able to assert false, assert false, assert fail, assert false. If we do this same thing, but we give it the wrong category. Give it the wrong category here. So this one would be our sewing category. Should be false. We shouldn't have that. We should be able to assert true if we give it the rope ingredients, and we should be able to assert that they are equal the rope recipe and the actual. So we should be able to assert those things. This feels pretty close to me. Let's give it a shot. Let's run a test today. See if it passes, yay. Let's write a test. All right, so let's run all of these. Sweet, okay. Our assertions pass. So I felt pretty confident about that one. We could make this more robust, but I'm not too worried about it. The one thing that you might want to do is check that the order, you could change the order, but I feel confident that that's going to be fine because of what we've done here. That said, I might check that the hash codes are all the same as well. But the R equals covers that in our shape, in our recipe entry, the equals requires the hashes to match. So I don't need to put that separate. Dremel says, someone wake me up when we have some GUI and interactions. Guess what, Dramulks? We just finished. Look, check it out. Check it out, we're one step closer. We just finished, folks, for being here to witness this momentous, if my keyboard will start working. I don't understand why VS Code is so slow on this project for some reason. It's just a text file. It is just a text file. And it's like trying to load syntax highlighting or something. All right. For being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks, we just finished our recipe database. We're gonna do a commit here. So we're gonna do this. This one is a feat. We gotta commit these first, actually. Feat. On this one down here, feat implement dictionary extensions dot what did we call this? What did we call it? Key value pair equals. Okay, so that was that one. And so then in these here, we're gonna add come on, we're gonna get these in here. And so now this is a feat implement recipe database plus tests just for you, Dramulks. We implemented those tests just for you. I know how much you love them. I wouldn't be writing tests if it weren't for you, Dramulks. I hope you know that. I hope you know I'm doing it just for you. I know how much you love them. We just finished that, and for being here to witness this, folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Everyone here is going to get 50 points. 50 points. All right, we've been going for about 75 minutes. Right, simple interface. Oh, I actually think we can finish this one pretty quick. Let me explain this one first. So write simple interface for each type that must be implemented. So yesterday, we started working on, let this build. Yesterday, we started using, what are they called? Scriptable objects. So scriptable objects are specific to Unity, but it allows us to do pretty cool and interesting stuff here. So a scriptable object here, this is a scriptable object that happens to be my recipe data. So I'm defining my recipe. It gives me the ability to do it in the inspector. And that's really cool. It allows me to specify, the crafting categories in the inspector. That said, if we were to go look at this script, the interesting thing is I've had to create like this as struct, this thing to cast it to that other thing when we need it to be there. I think I want to make it so that these are actually iCrafting category. And then I don't need this. Then I can just use iCrafting category throughout my other code. And so the essentially iCrafting category is just gonna say like, oh, you have to have a name. And then we don't have to worry about like a concrete type. And so I'm gonna go in, I want to refactor a little bit here and make an interface for each one of the things that I want. So if you want to use this system in Unity, the instructions will be make a scriptable object and then make it implement that type. And then you just have to specify those things. And then you can have whatever you want on top of that. And so I'm going to give that a shot here. So in here, shapeless recipe, I need an interface for shapeless recipe. 7C, this is my first time seeing new name. So you're referring to right here? Yeah, so this is shorthand for this. You want to be careful when you do this. You'll notice I have a thing called style comp on that's saying, hey, use the new expression instead. So if you are on the same line, so you should really only do this if you're on the same line. This is a great thing here. You should only do this during the line where you have the type listed on the left side. And it's just trying to make it so that your code's slightly less verbose. You got to save those keystrokes, my friend. You don't want to wear your keyboard out too fast. But yeah, you can do it that way. The alternative that, this won't work here actually. The alternative that a lot of people use is use the var on the left side and then specify the type on the right side. I prefer having the type specified on the left because there are certain places where you can't have the type specified on the left, where you can't do var on the left. Like right here in fields, you can't do it because it's part of an interface. I don't know if you were asking a question, but 7C, I hope that was useful information. We are in welcome aboard, my friend. We are learning coding and growing together here, and I'm glad you learned something new. Or I hope you learned something new. If you didn't learn something new, that's okay too. That's okay. The captain still loves you. The captain still loves you. So yeah. So my idea here is each one of these things. So crafting category, I want to create a crafting category interface. All right. So here I'll do an iCrafting category, and the iCrafting category. Let's still this. And this is going to be public interface iCrafting category. And it is going to have the interface that it needs a name. That's all we have for a crafting category. All right. So I was thinking this would be really should be quite simple to do. Hang on. What's going on here? Format document. There we go. I don't even need those imports. It's so simple, this one here. And then this default one that I made, crafting category, we make it implement iCrafting category. Can you implement interfaces on structs? Oh, that's annoying. The type namespace iCrafting category does not exist. Can structs not implement? Yes, that makes sense. I thought you might be able to implement an interface, but that makes sense that you can't because then it would need to be treated as an object. So I'm actually gonna make this a class. Can't have a read only here, and we'll just implement it as read only. This should be fine. This should be fine. It's still upset. Hang on, maybe I'm wrong on the interface. I thought structs could still do that. Hang on, let's go check. I think I'm just gonna make it a class. You can, Muniz, you can't. Okay, why is this saying I can't? But maybe not read only. It might. iCrafting category. It's like can't find this. Let's see. Is it implement? Oh, I think it might actually just be saying that I am not implementing it. This needs to be this. Okay, was that the error? Okay, read only. Okay, I'm just dumb. Mooniz, thank you. All right, everyone, for witnessing this moment of duncehood. This moment of duncehood, everybody. You get 50 points because that was very embarrassing. Take that. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Quiet. Don't tell anyone you saw that. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Yeah, just a little moment of duncehood. Like that. MMO Book says, clip it. No, don't clip it. Don't do it. Don't. Stop. Dramox says, hey, speaking of points, where are my 50 points from this run? Oh yeah, that's right, Dramox. So everyone, Dramox pointed out that I didn't have a stream scheduled this morning. I woke up to Dramox saying, hey, I guess there's no stream today. But there is. Because you know there's a stream today because you're here right now in this stream. So Dramox, 50 points to you for pointing out my, like I say, I'm a simpleton. I got a ton of simple going on here. The only reason I'm halfway decent at programming because I've done so much of it. I didn't come out of the womb programming. It was an acquired skill. Yeah, so quite simple over here in Simple Land. So I did a refactor. It shouldn't be an issue. Let's come over here. Folks. We're gonna run this one more time. Did we break anything? We might have. I hope not. No, nothing broke. Okay. That was an easy refactor, but it's always nice to rerun your tests. Something that I like to have on a project is what's called like continuous testing. Anytime a file changes, I like to run it. Moonramer says programming is running into a wall enough times to make a crack I can see through for my personality. For me personally. Yeah, so the term, there's this video, I wish I had it. There's this video of this guy at the library, like on a computer doing something. He's like, gets up and he's like walking around. He's like, oh, he's losing his mind. He sits down and he's like typing a little, he gets up and walks around a little bit more. And I'm going like, that's a video of someone programming. It didn't say that the guy was programming. It was just a video of someone like recorded someone at library said, this guy's about to lose it. I was going, that guy is taking a programming class right now and not doing too well. We have all been there. I call it smashing your head against a wall. Smashing your head against a wall. All right, so now in our crafting category data, we can do crafting category. And we don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. And hopefully this will still build. And now we need to go replace, Craft category does not contain, So now we should be able to do this, and the idea is if we go to this here, this doesn't take in a crafting category, it takes in an crafting category. And our field category should be an crafting category. So this all works with interfaces. Venkatasiva. You have a beautiful name. Venkatasiva, welcome to the crew. Venkatasiva asks, what is your name, sir? My name is Captain Coder. I am Captain Coder. Thank you so much for asking. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me. I'd love to be corrected. I want you to feel welcome here. And to feel welcome, I would like to get your name right. But happy Thursday to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for asking. But that is my name. It's on my birth certificate. Captain Coder. First name Captain, last name Coder. Here we go. All right, what other errors do we have now? So we're gonna have, we just gotta go through and fix all of these things. Recipe entry should take in an crafting category, and this should be an crafting category, and this should be an crafting category. So we're programming to the interface, folks. We're programming to the interface. I'm super annoyed that these errors, I don't know what I did. I broke something and our errors are no longer showing up in VS Code properly. Revere! Did everyone know? Everyone knows Revere. Good morning, Revere. How is it in Snowlandia? How is it up there in Snowlandia, Revere? Thank you for being here, my friend. So nice to see you this morning. We're almost done here. Real quick. I haven't given any shout outs. I forgot. I've been so focused. Before we get going, before we go any further, I want to give, because the shout outs take a little bit of time, but first off, we got some very important people.
Attention all lurkers. We have some very important people here in our chats this morning. If you would please direct your attention to the chat.
First off, I want to give a shout out to our good friend Art here. Art is a game developer creating his own game engine. It's amazing to go watch. Art is creating a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash. He's an incredible streamer. I love being there. So let's give a shout out to Art. All right, give him a little love. Hit that little love button there. Venkata Siva asks, from which country are you teaching? I'm in the United States right now. The school I teach at is actually a remote school, so I actually teach students from all over the world, which is awesome. But yeah, give Art some love, folks. Give Art some love. I'm gonna wait for that shout out timer to cool down while I'm in here refactoring each one of these things. So my crafting category now has an crafting category, so I don't have to have some weird casting thing. Dramo says a remote school so I can enroll. Ages 10 to 14, my friend. 10 to 14. I think you might be a little too old. You might be an older. All right, so this implements an I item. The recipe database one, we got to do something special with that one. Art says, my humble gratitude. Of course, Art. Of course, Art. Shapeless recipe. All right, so right here, rather than doing as recipe, I want to also make this be an I shapeless recipe of tea. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and make an interface for shapeless recipe as well. Well, we get our shout down timer cooldown. All right, so over here, I'm gonna create a new file. This is gonna be our I shapeless recipe. And this is gonna look just like not just like, it's gonna look very similar to this. It's gonna have this interface. It's gonna have this interface. I don't know why I needed that. It's gonna be interface, I shapeless recipe, interface face. Last break was 75 minutes ago. 75 minutes ago. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this, and really this just has, this is just gonna be the interface for this. So all of these are the things that we need it to be able to do, like that. All right, so that's what we need for the shapeless recipe, like that. Venkata Siva says, comment your name in chat, sir. I did not understand. Oh, okay. My name is Captain Coder. There you go. There you go, Venkata Siva. I'm happy to tell you my name. Okay, so I shapeless recipe. All right, folks. Well, Unity's compiling. We got some more important people here. Did you guys know Revere is currently making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. Unforgiven Space is, a parody. It's a parody of Star Citizens. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Revere. I believe it's a parody of Star Citizen. He is hoping to beat Star Citizen to release. So anytime between now and 2075. But yeah. Revere is awesome. Gotta go check out Revere's. If you want to learn how to be a real game dev, Revere's a place to go. He's doing stuff in Unity. He's also doing stuff in Blender. Awesome 3D models. You gotta go check it out. And yes, I'm in the USA. The US of A. All right. Revere's game is 2 years out tops. Yeah. 2 years out tops. That's right. All right. Well, we got a couple more people to shout out, but we're gonna keep going here for a moment. Now, this is implementing an I shapeless recipe. This interface, rather than being a list here, we have to. Oh, this is slightly annoying, but not too bad. We're gonna do implement explicitly here, and this is just gonna go to ingredients like this. This is gonna go to results like this, and this is gonna go to category like this. So check it out. This is one of my favorite things. Maybe not favorite. This is a nice thing in C# as well. Is if you have an interface, you can actually say, well, I want the explicit type to be a list, and it says, okay, well, my interface type is this other thing, so we can actually access there. So now if we're accessing as an I shapeless recipe, which is what we'll do in our other tool, we'll be able to access it this way. All right, so we'll get rid of that error. And we'll get some more errors. Oh, it's happy to be there like that. The reason it's happy there is because we have yet to. Art says, Revere's game is exciting. Absolutely. Can't wait to explore its space stations and fly and mod my own ship. Absolutely, Art. I absolutely agree. It's going to be super cool. I think Revere, is it possible to get like early access to your game? Is that true? So my shapeless recipe here should actually extend. Yeah, so if you're a Patreon of Revere, you get early access. So give Revere some love. If you like what you see, go ahead and give him a little Patreon support and get access. Not even that much, $5 access. You make your own hub. Is it its own hab? Your own hab that's habitat. That's really cool. I shapeless recipe T, like this. Very, very cool. And I don't have to change anything else? Fascinating. Fascinating. I really thought I was gonna have to change more. I really did think I was gonna have to change more. But I did not have to change. I did not have to change nothing. That said, our recipe database should be taking in I-shapeless recipes. I-shapeless recipes. Out recipe. This should be an I-shapeless recipe. Like that. How do we do? Do our tests still pass? Let's find out. Our code doesn't compile, so let's go fix that. And it's just because this needs to be of type I-shapeless. Okay. Let's try that. Proton says good time zone, everyone. Proton is in the house. You're just in time, Proton. You're just in time. We're about to take a break. We're about to do some stretching, but let's do a couple more shout outs, folks. We got Mooniz. Mooniz, my friends, excellent streamer, incredible game dev. He's a professional game dev. He's been in the industry for 10 years. He's taught me everything I know about Unity. So Mooniz, thank you so much for all you've done for me. Be sure to go check out Mooniz's stream. Awesome stuff happening there. Awesome stuff. Proton, how are you today, my friend? Anyone doesn't know, Proton, my friend, is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphiциan. An absolute legend. He's an absolute legend. You got to check out his SoundCloud as well. We're gonna listen to some of his music real quick. We're gonna load it up here. We got to check out his music. Listen to this. You hear that? How's the music? Does the music need to be turned up? I usually keep the music a little bit quiet. Let's crank it up. Let's crank it up. We're gonna crank up. All right, folks, I do have to take a break here. I am out of bean water. Ben Smith says, is everyone here a game dev? I feel a bit left out. My daily coding is extending and integrating cloud systems for clients. Much less interesting work. I'm a little jealous. I don't think everyone is a game dev. Great question, Ben. Not everyone's a game dev. I think a lot of us are just, aspiring game devs, enjoying the, learning and coding together. I didn't actually intend to be doing so much game dev. I'm not a game dev, as my students asked me to teach an intro to Unity, and then there was this community sort of, came in here, and I've been having such a good time doing it. I can't help but want to be part of game dev. That said, yeah, I think a lot of us are hobbyists. That's right. Revere says makes over 3 games in a few months, isn't a game dev, call sus. Mooney says, Ben, I am a .NET dev daily job doing .NET stuff, handling backend cloud stuff, but I have a game dev for 10 years. Rapscallion says, most of the Twitch streamer devs are game devs for hobby or otherwise. I'm also a cloud dev, but just enjoy watching game dev. I'm, like I said, I'm a teacher. I started streaming. I just started streaming my learning process. So I'm very, very new to game dev. Let's say I'm very, very new to game dev. Monica says, can you be a game dev if you haven't released an open worldly massive multiplayer online game though? Well, Revere's almost there. All right, folks, I do have to take a break here. Let's see, what is this saying? Our last break was, okay. It was 83 minutes is a little bit of a lie because it went off. I didn't reset my timer on time. Repscaling says, I would like to watch more people stream other types of dev though too. Yeah, so I have in the past streamed other stuff. That said, this is just where I'm at right now. People have been suggesting that someone did suggest implementing a programming language on stream. And so I think I really, really want to do that. Just haven't gotten there yet. Have not gotten there. I did, if we go to the archive, I've done a couple non-game dev stuff. So if you're interested in the archive, we do have a couple non-game dev related stuff. It's just recently I did all of Advent to Code. I didn't, not all of it's finished on stream because my work schedule was a little bit different then. I created the World's Word blog in vanilla JavaScript. And then I did a refactored chess program. in C#. So I didn't start doing game dev. I wasn't actually planning on doing a whole lot of game. I wasn't really planning on streaming. But yeah, feel free to check those out. I'd love feedback on it. I'm absolutely looking into, if you want to suggest something. So I'm open to lots of suggestions on the Discord. Suggest some projects for me. I try and do a project every I don't want to stay on a project longer than 2 weeks, though we have in the past. My goal is to do something new every week or every 2 weeks. So far, the pace has sort of been every 2 weeks. So feel free to come in and suggest projects, something you would like to see on here. So create a coding language is one of the things that someone wants to see. And I think this would be really, really fun. I've done this. So this one would be a little bit of an interesting, I always want to learn something new. So for me, I got to learn something new. So what would I be learning from creating a coding language? I've done that a bunch of times. So I have some ideas, but I want to do this one at some point. I'm really, really excited. We're doing a crafting system because it was suggested. All right, folks, I do need to take a break. Before I take a break, I have a lot of singing to do. That's right, MMO Pug. Seth Uldozer, welcome to the stream. Seth Uldozer, thank you for following. Seth Uldozer, I'm happy you're in the crew. Seth Uldozer, I'd like to know how are you. Seth Uldozer, thank you so much for the follow. We also got Just St. Pierre, welcome to the crew, my friend, you're here. Just St. Pierre, I'd like to welcome thee to coming here. Jess, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. And then we also got Rapscallion. That rapping scallion. Rapscallion. The rapping scallion. That's right, Rapscallion. Welcome aboard, my friend. So happy to have you in the crew. For anyone who's new, anyone who just tuned in, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach programming, I teach computer science. My school is for ages 10 to 14, but this stream is all ages. Family-friendly stream, all ages. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not, I repeat, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep the questions, family friendly. Love responding to questions. Also, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged here. That said, we got to take a break. We're over time. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of water. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of water. I got to get a little bit more I'm going to go brew some. When we get back, folks, we are going to do some stretchage. We're going to do some stretching. So get ready for that. Get your whole family in the room. While we're away, though, you're going to be listening to some amazing Proton music, my friends. And if you're not following Proton, you got to give them a follow. Click that little heart button. Click it. You know you want to. The captain shall return. Hang tight, everybody. Look around. Find something to hang on to. Hang tight. I shall return. All right, folks, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for your patience. I hope your fingerlings, your little fingers, I hope those don't hurt from hanging on too tight. All right, we're back. For anyone who's new, and if you've been here before, if you're part of the crew already, if you're new to the crew, if you're part of the crew, you already know the captain loves you. Hey. You in the back, pay attention. The captain loves you back there. Dramulks, that's you. Pay attention, my friend. The captain loves you. You gotta take care of yourself. If you are like the captain, you're basically a programming troll. You're a programming troll. You're hunched over your computer all day. Your back's hurting. You're getting some damages. You're building up those carpal points in your wrists, in your arms, and those fingerlings. And you got to take care of yourself. Every 60 minutes, you should probably take a break. I've already gone 90 minutes. That's way too long. Two hours max. 120 minutes max on that. But we're going to take care. We're going to get that blood flowing. Everyone stand on up. Get on up out of that chair. If you can. If you can't stand, that's okay too. But we are going to do some stretches. We're going to get some stretching in, everybody. We're going to do one of my favorite stretches. I'm going to stretch out our forearms. This is, as a programmer, this one's just like really, really important to do. Really important to do. Palms together, folks. Take those palms together, push them together, and you're going to slowly, if it hurts, you're doing it too hard, but as you're going to come on down, pull it down until you feel the tension here in your forearms. So, that's a nice little hiccup I got there. Pull it down like this so you get a nice little tension. If you're not getting any tension, it might even make sense to push out and forward like this, and so you get a little bit of tension there. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. It should just be a nice little tension. You should feel the blood sort of engaging those muscles, right? So we want to get that blood flowing. Want to take care of ourselves. Get a little bit of stretchage in. Oh, it should feel good. We're gonna hold this for another 15 seconds, folks. It should feel good. Oh, it feels so good. I love it. Venkatasiva says boost. I'm not sure what we're trying to do there. Oh, also I see Suni was trying to do my coffee command. I'm sorry, friend, you do not have the permissions. All right, I'm gonna bring it out, slowly roll it up, roll those wrists out. So let's do some wrist rolling. So you might feel a little bit of tension left over in those wrists. You wanna roll that out. All right, so we're just gonna roll our wrists back and forth. Make sure we keep those wrists nice and loose. Just little rotations. Going inward is so easy. From going outward is strangely difficult. Anyone else have that issue? Just roll it out, shake it out a little bit. All right. Deep breath in. Deep feet together. Maybe even a little bit. Maybe shoulder width apart for stability. Deep breath in. Stretch on up. Reach up to the sky. Push up. Get up on those tippy toes. Breathe. But hold this. Engage that core. Engage those muscles. Keep yourself engaged here. We're just stretching up as high as we can. Feel it in your back, all the way down to your calves and in your shoulders a little bit as well. Hold that. We're gonna take a deep breath here. And then as we exhale, you're gonna hinge at the waist. You're gonna hinge at the waist and hang. So deep breath in. Exhale slowly roll down. And just hinge at the waist there. Oh, I'm so close to being able to touch my toes. Do not lock the knees. Legs straight, but not locked. Get a little bit of bend if you want to. But you should sort of feel the stretch in this one in the upper thigh a little bit, maybe through your gluteus maximus, and then in your lower back. This is really a lower back stretch if you're doing it right. Feels great. We can look. I can touch my toe. Let me get a picture of this. I've made it. We've been doing this one for about a month now, and I can actually touch my toes. That's amazing. We're gonna breathe in slowly, and we're gonna slowly come on up. Breathe in. We're gonna bring our shoulders up, back, and down. We're gonna do some shoulder rolls. So shoulders back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 4, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, let's shake it out. Shake it out. I hope that feels good. I hope you feel the, the blood moving through your body. You should really feel much better after sitting, getting up, just getting that breath going, breathing a little bit, getting a little stretchage in. Let's get back into coding now. Let's get back in here. Grandma, because I know you're going to be excited because we're going to do some UI stuff next. We're going to do some UI stuff. Before we get in though, everyone, thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. I know you did it. And you deserve it. You should love yourself. You love yourself. You love your body. You got to take care of that body. Give yourself some stretches. 50 points to all of you for being here with me. I appreciate you being here to share this moment with me. Microwavable hugs. It's so nice to see you. How are you doing, microwavable hugs? Happy Thursday, my friend. Happy Thursday. I hope it's a happy Thursday wherever you are in the world. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy day to you, my friend. All right, folks, we did, I think we did it. I think we did this one down here. The only thing that maybe we need to do, I don't know if we need an interface for our recipe database. I don't know if an interface makes sense on this one. Maybe it does. I don't think we want people to implement their own versions of this. We might actually make this a sealed class. All right. Proton Fix is Captain Coder. Is there any game devs liking to dev car racing games? Check out Bugbear 5. There are some open positions under career. Ooh. Proton Fig, thank you for sharing this. Bugbear 5, racing game. I know Thumbert Games is working on a racing game. Careers. We are looking for the persons of highest possible caliber. If you have a top-notch skills, pride in doing the best job, you can responsibility and team player skills, we can offer you one of the greatest workplaces in Finland. This looks cool. Open positions. Looks like they're hiring for a lot of positions. Proton for sharing. For sharing this, Proton, I appreciate it. 50 points to you, my friend. A job section on Discord. That's a great idea. Unity Coder, could you add that in the recommendations on the Discord for me? That's a great idea. I absolutely think that's a good idea to put there. Proton, thank you for sharing this. Anyone who wants to go, anyone who might be interested, go check it out. It doesn't hurt to apply. I've never heard of Bugbear Games, but that's cool. I'm gonna share this with Thumbert Games. I know Thumbert Games is making a racing game. Very cool. Proton, thank you so much. But we implemented these simple. We did implement it. We wrote this simple interface. We can cross that off. That's another 50 points, my friends. That's another 50 points. Points all 50. Hit hit company page. Company. Let's go check it out. About Bugbear. Bugbear Entertainment is an award-winning Finnish game developer focused on action driving games. It's currently working on Wreckfest. Since its inception in the year 2000, Bugbear that's been around a while. Bugbear Entertainment has been focused solely on driving games. That is super cool. Ooh, Ridge Racer. I've actually played this game. This game's fan. I love racing games, by the way. I haven't played Flat Out. Glimmerati? I've heard of Glimmerati. Ooh, so they've done quite a few. That's cool. That's cool. Wreckfest. That sounds interesting. I remember really liking Ridge Racer on PS3. Awesome. Proton, thank you so much. I don't think I've played Flat Out. Maybe I have. I don't know if I've played that either. This looks awesome. Again, thank you so much for sharing. This is great. For anyone who's interested, definitely go check them out. Super cool. Once again, Proton Fig, everybody. Proton Fig. Be sure to give Proton Fig a follow. He's awesome. Awesome stuff. One more time, I'm gonna do another shout out for you, Proton. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. Real quick, folks, give Proton a follow. Awesome music. One of my favorite places to go listen to music that he's writing. We're actually listening to some Proton music right now. What do we want to do next, though? We want to implement a crafting container data scriptable object. Crafting container data. Oh, that makes sense. We don't have a crafting container yet. So I'm gonna have to do an interface for crafting container. I want to do a commit here. So this was a chore. Add interfaces for crafting system types. Right, we're gonna push that up. Gonna push it on up to our GitHub, folks. Yeah, so our crafting container looks like this. So it has a dictionary. These are the positions you can put stuff in. It has passive to valid positions. Okay, so our crafting container is going to need an interface. New file, iCrafting container. And we're going to copy over this stuff here. And this is going to be an iCrafting container. And it's just going to be the interface. Just the interface. Public interface. Rows, columns, hash set. Invalid positions. And positions. And it needs to have a try get here. Try move. Try remove. A try item at. Try item at, and it has item at. Let's go make sure this is still happy. And then we are going to run all the tests. Everything's still passing. Our crafting container is actually going to implement iCrafting container. iCrafting container of T. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Here is an interesting one. So I want to make a scriptable object. I want to make a script. Let's make sure this compiles still. I want to make it does. I want to make a scriptable object that implements iCrafting container. So I'm over here. I'm gonna say crafting container data. All right, and this is gonna be in our crafting system Unity engine package namespace, and it's gonna be a public class crafting container data of type T. Oh, quiet you. I'm gonna reset the break timer there. I need a subtract option from it to subtract. Okay, so crafting container data of T. This is gonna implement scriptable object. Nope, scriptable object. Why are you scriptable object? And also is gonna implement the iCrafting container of T. Okay. Crafting container data. The thing is, I don't think I need. Oh, maybe I can still do that. We got to do using captaincoder.crafting system. Oh, I don't need that because it's in that namespace. All right, let's see. Let's see how we do. This needs to say where on it, I think. Okay, now I don't know why we're getting these now. Where T, is item T. Crafting container. Generate override. Implement interface. The generic cannot be used with type argument. No type on that one. Where that is T item. Okay, there we go. So we have a basic one of this. So you might be going like, well, we gotta rewrite all of these things again, and that's annoying. But we don't have to. We are gonna actually make this have what's called a delegate inside of it. So our crafting container implements iCrafting container. And so do we have to rewrite all of this code? Do we have to do all this code again? And the answer is no, we don't. We are gonna use the underline here. The underline type here, crafting container, the crafting container data is gonna have one of these. All right. Shadi says, so finally playing around with script block objects. Yes, we are. It's super exciting. Vorpol Thunder says, strategy pattern go. Strategy pattern go. That's right. We can swap out if we need to later. This is going to be like the, a default crafting container that we provide with this. But if someone wants to implement a different version of it, they can. But then they can still use it with the rest of the system. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to have a static crafting container of type T. And this is going to have a getter on. This is actually going to be a getter for us. So it's going to be our delegate. Yeah. So we're going to have a thing called the delegate. All right. And the way this delegate works is we have an actual field here. I'll do a get here. Get. For now, we're going to go to null. All right. So, but we're going to have another. This can't be static, can it? Yeah, so this has to be non-static because we need to know the type of it. But this is going to be our private. I guess we could make this public. There's no reason it can't be public. Typically, your delegate would be private, though. All right, so we're going to have a. You know what? We're not going to make it. We're going to do crafting container of type T. Just call it a delegate, and it's going to be equal to a new crafting container of type T. Does this actually need something in it? This is why. All right, this is why I needed to be a getter. This is why I needed to be a getter. This is going to be a Sorry, I'm rambling, folks. I'm rambling. I'm a rabbler. Right. So when we go to get this thing. Crafting container of T, it's going to be our delegate. And this is going to say, when we go to get it, if the delegate is, if delegate is null, we're going to initialize delegate to be equal to a new crafting container. For now, I'm just going to put some temporary stuff in here. New crafting category, temp, like this. Okay. Then we're going to return the delegate. So whenever we access this thing, we want to do it through this. All right. So there's some trickiness here. Ideally, this is going to return delegate.rows. So under the hood, there's this delegate. Under the hood, we're just gonna say, just use the delegate. Just use the delegate. I don't need to do this. Does anyone know? So I know there's so in other programming languages, there's a really nice way to say like, this thing just use the delegate under the hood. Does anyone know if there's a way in C# to just say, by the way, this thing happens to be a delegate for this interface. So like, I forget exactly how we do it, but in another language you might do something like private. You might put an attribute on it up here. that says delegate iCrafting category delegate. That would be super cool if we had that. Let me do a quick look. Do a quick search. C# delegate. What parameters? Using delegate. Public delegate. A delegate is a type that safely encapsulates a method similar to function pointer in C and C. Unlike C, function pointers, delegates are object-oriented type safe. A delegate is normally constructed by providing the name of the method the delegate will wrap. Delegate equals delegate method. Another comment is callbacks. This isn't quite what I want. The idea is I'm delegating it off to another object. Delegate void, delegate method. I'm gonna look into this a little bit. I think it'd be nice to have another syntax where we'll do the explicit way for now. Like this. We're gonna do delegate dot invalid positions. Vorpal turns out you can also use the func type or the action type to encapsulate the functions, but I'm not sure what you want to do. So I want this underlying type here. I really want this property to be the handler for all of the iCrafting container methods. All right, so iCrafting container has a bunch of methods that I want, and I want to say, well, I just want to, since I can't have multiple inheritance, since I can't extend crafting container because I want to be a scriptable object, I'm doing the interface instead. And then I'm just saying, oh well, all of those methods go to this delegate. G says, I had to delegate these things to the chat. That's right, G. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Someone tell me how to program, because I don't know how to do. I don't know if C# has this feature. I don't know if C# has this feature. But notice, Vorpal, that I am just forwarding all of these things. I'm delegating all of the responsibility of this to this specific instance here. I just inject iCreating container instance. I could do injection. Delegate. Not try add item. Position. That's something that I've been needing to learn about in C# as well, as how to do like an injection type. Delegate dot try add item at position out result. I may not be passed without delegate. That one's interesting. I mean, all you need is a field that's iCrafting container. That's what this is. This is an iCrafting container. I'm a little confused why that doesn't work. T result. Argument 2 may not be passed with the out keyword. Oh, try item at. I just did the wrong method name. And then this is delegate dot try move from to, and then delegate dot try remove position out removed. Then you could add a method to switch out the iCrafting container instance. I don't even want it to be switched out under the hood. I don't want it to be so Vorpal, what I'm trying to do, what I would like to do is make it so that I don't need to write these explicitly. I'm wondering if there's a way to say that this iCrafting container is the delegate for all methods related to this thing. That is what I want to do. I don't want to have these down here to say, oh, by the way, these just forward to that. And this thing here, this is how I want to implement it in that way. So these should be like the explicit implementation. Yeah, so that's what I said. I was wondering if C# had a way to escape it. So like in Python, you could write, but this is because Python's not typed. You could write an annotation called like delegate that would implement all of these for you. So I was wondering if there was an attribute like this. I wonder if there's some meta programming we could do to generate that for us. Because the downside is if I change my interface for iCrafting container, I have to change all of this as well. So that was essentially my question, is could I do that? Because we don't have multiple inheritance, right? So alternatively, I could say, well, can I do multiple inheritance to get this? All right, so here is now, so this is this interface. What I need to do now is when we go to get this the first time, it's going to instantiate it, and I need to have, these are going to be my private int rows. Vorpal says, yeah, I don't think it's possible with C# outside of composing and rewriting the methods like that. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't think it was, but I thought it would be really cool if there did happen to be a thing that did it. So this thing here is going to be our rows, and this is going to be what we do. So it's going to be our serialized field here. So the clever thing we're doing here is this is going to be our rows. Clever might be the wrong one. This is going to be our calls. And then our crafting category, we have a private crafting category data. Crafting category. Like this. So check it out. Check it out. This becomes our crafting category. So in our inspector, crafting category, what is this saying it needs? Of type T, hang on, crafting category. What is the type that we want right here? Oh, I have these just out of order. Crafting rows. Wait, no. This isn't out of order. Oh, is it supposed to? Hang on. Crafting category takes rows, columns, category. Oh, this needs to take an iCrafting category. Okay, and so this should be an iCrafting category here. This should be an iCrafting category here. Should be name of iCrafting category. Build. Let's see how we did. iCrafting category. This should have the iCrafting category here. Elite Stomper, welcome back. Elite Stomper, I'm happy you're here. Elite Stomper says, good morning, Captain. Yo, guys, Elite Stomper. Did I call you Elite Camper? I was trying to say Stomper and Captain, I think, at the same time. It's nice to have you here, my friend. It's so nice to have you. Crafting container. This should be an I category here. Elite Stomper is doing some awesome stuff. Totally asked me out of the blue. Hey, Cap. I'd love to do some stuff. I'd like to do some really cool stuff for you. Cannot convert. This should be an iCrafting category. And these cannot create an instance of an abstract type. So now I have to specifically say this is a crafting category. That's fair. Here, like this. I want to show off some of your stuff, Elite Stomper. Elite Stomper's doing such cool stuff. Set equals. This should be an iCrafting category. There we go. All right, do our test. Will it pass? Will it pass? Will it blend? Run all our tests. All right, our test still passed. We did a relatively interesting refactor there, and it's happy to do it. All right. Okay, so the trick I'm doing here with this delegate is we'll still be able to set these things in our inspector, but when we go to use it in the code, it's gonna say, okay, well now we're gonna instantiate it at runtime. We'll instantiate it when we go to runtime.
You in the back, pay attention.
Apollo, I'm so sorry I wasn't paying attention to you, my friend. Apollo says, hi, what's up? Apollo, what's up, my friend? I'm doing great. How are you today? Apollo, happy Thursday. I hope it's beautiful Thursday, wherever you happen to be in the world. Camera, why are you being like this? Center on my face. Center on my face, please. Can I please get a center? It can't detect who I am. It doesn't know. Yeah. So I think we got this. The one little thing here, before we move on, you gotta check out this awesome thing. Elite Stomper, can I show off? Would it be okay if I showed off? Look at this. So in the marble game, anyone who hasn't played, we did a game on stream, Crazy Marble. 12 days, Crazy Marble was a game. It's crazy. If you wanna, feel the pain, if you wanna play a game that is way too hard, just way too hard here. We built this on stream. I wanted to explore NVIDIA physics. All right, so let me show you this guy I made here. So we got Stompy's bridge. Indenburg says it's not hard, you just have to get good. So we made this game on stream. All right, and we got these Stompy boys. These Stompy boys, they are just here. Let's see if I can. Oh, come on. Oop. I haven't played in a while, so I'm very rusty. I'm very rusty. These Stompy boys, they're gonna stomp you if you're not careful. Boom, you get got. You get got by the Stompy boy. All right, so Elite Stomper. Look at what Elite Stomper's like. Yo, can we have made this 3D model for us to put in there? I'm so excited to put this in there. Look at this 3D model. We're gonna make those eyes follow you around. I want to make maybe make the teeth chatter a little bit. Now you're gonna get super stomped. You're gonna get stibbity stabbed by this guy. Look at this 3D model that Elite Stomper made for us. Elite Stomper, is it okay if I call this, if I change the name from Stompy to Elite Stomper? Would that be okay with you? Could I do that? Would that be okay with you? But yeah, I want to update the game, put that in there. But yeah, look at how cool this thing is. I'm so excited to put that in there. So Elite Stomper, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it for your contributions to society, my friend. That deserves 100 points at least. That's like the least I could do. But thank you so much for that. Super cool. Much appreciated. Yeah. I don't think so, Apollo. I'm pretty sure Elite Stomper made it from scratch, and it's awesome. It's so good. It is so good. Super cool. Okay, so one thing you'll notice is I'm not going to be able to use this scriptable object in my inspector because it has a generic type here. Oh, you made the swinging axe for the marble game too? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were just I thought that was going to be for the dungeon crawler. There's this other thing. Yeah, so Elite Stomper's been making all kinds of cool stuff. Was that in the art? Yeah, check this out. Check this out too. I will absolutely put this in the marble game. Look how cool that is. Really good work. I need to learn some Blender, my friend. I know I'm so, I can't do anything in Blender. That's super cool. So cool. All right, so I would like to make it so my crafting container that I can access it as an object here. So in recipes, maybe I should rename this crafting. Let's rename this crafting. And I'm gonna make a folder called recipes. I'll put my boat recipe in there, but I'm gonna make I need to make it so I can make a crafting container. Because this is generic, I can't do it. And so what I'm gonna do, crafting container data, This is like the generic type. I'm gonna create a new file, crafting, game crafting container data, like this. All right. And because we've essentially implemented the whole thing, we just have to tell it what type it is. So we're gonna take the same namespace. Same namespace, we don't need this part though. And we're just gonna say that this is a public class game crafting container data. And it's gonna implement the crafting container data. And the type that we're gonna do here is our item data. And we just have to tell it that. I'm pretty sure that's all we need. And once this builds, we'll have that. And there's one, oh, actually we gotta add a menu option for it. We're gonna add a menu option as well. All right, so right now, if I go to create crafting, I don't see it here. So we're gonna add in a little menu for it. So if I go over to my game recipe data, we just gotta add this little annotation. This attribute, they're called attributes in C#. So we're gonna create an asset menu for this. I have to do, using Unity Engine. File name, the file it's gonna create is gonna be container, crafting/container, and we'll set the order to 3. Okay, by adding this annotation, this will, when it builds, we'll get that in our create menu. Let's check it out. I'm pretty excited about this. I am pretty excited about it. So we'll go to crafting container. One thing I want to do is give it a name. Let's give it a name. So in my crafting container, technically it doesn't need a name. But I'm gonna go ahead and add that in here for the name. It doesn't need a name here. I'm gonna give the version in my game is gonna have a name though. So we're gonna have a serialized field, public string name, and this is and maybe we'll end up adding the name later. This is gonna have a get private set on it, and properties should come below. Instance variables. So now we can give it a name. So let's make a crafting container. Let's call this a woodworking station. Woodworking station. Or we can call it workbench. Workbench. All right. It is going to be, it's missing a little bit of stuff here. It's going to be 4x4. 4x4, the crafting category, it does woodworking, and we'll call it a workbench. Is workbench one word? I think so. Now we have that. So I'm noticing, what am I missing? My invalid positions need to be in there as well. Can I do that here as well? I don't think I can. Private list of position. Invalid positions. Invalid positions. And we'll serialize this. I don't think position is serializable, but I think I can fix that. I'm really curious if I can fix that. So it's not, doesn't show up there. If I'd made it of, I could do this, int. Is that serializable? Can tuples be serialized? I don't think they can either. No. Let me, just to double check, make sure my brain's okay. Let's go with just int. I need to make my positions serializable so we can edit them here. So I have to go over to my core library and update that. But just to make sure I'm not crazy, yeah, so invalid positions. I also want name, so I am going to move this to the top because I want name to appear first. This is just a me thing. Rows, columns, and then positions. All right, so I think we can make that work. If I come over to my core library, position, I think I need to do using system serializable. We're gonna say that this is serializable, and I suspect because it's a struct, I don't have to make the fields serializable. We're gonna find out though. All right, so let's do a build. I'm hoping not, but we'll find out very soon. And if we do, I'll be a little sad. But if we do, it's not that hard to get around. I'm building some code, compiling those scripts so that I can see them here. Here we go, invalid positions. That lets me set, oh, they're still ints, hang on. Position, like this. Let's give it another try. Keep those fingers crossed. Keep those fingers crossed. We can add them, but we can't edit them. Oh, it's because they're read only. Okay, so I can't do position here. I have to do something special to make these positions. I'm gonna make a special class for our Unity engine that is our position wrapper or something like that. Apollo asks, when are you releasing your album? Coming to a theater. No, no albums, but I'll be live in concert. I'm gonna go on tour. Captain Coder. I'm gonna do a Captain Coder tour where I sing the names of everybody in the chat. Sing the names of everyone in the audience. I go through and we write down their names. Go through the line beforehand, write down the names of everyone, and I just sing. For the whole audience. Everyone's name gets put into a song. That's the whole thing. Captain Coder's live tour. I do think if we made this struct not read only, we could do this, but I don't want to. I want this to be a read only struct at the end of the day here. I don't know how painful that's going to be in the long run. So I'm wondering, I think, whoa, that's right. Whoa, that's right. It's gonna be a whoa. Yeah, I want these to be read only. Dramulx, I need to start streaming so I can get a cool shout out as well. That's right, Dramulx. That's why I was asking you, Dramulx, when you can start streaming so that way I can come to your stream and tell you how to write code. I can tell you about unit tests. It'll be the inverse. Oh, when are we gonna write some unit tests? I'm just gonna watch you writing bugs the whole time. It's true. You never told me how to code. You just told me that I shouldn't write unit tests, and that's fair. So I want, in my Unity engine, I want a type. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a stupid type in here. Here's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna have an internal type. So there's gonna be an internal position, internal struct, position wrapper. All right. We're internal struct invalid position. It's an internal struct invalid position, and this is gonna have a public int row, public int call, and we'll make this system.serializable. I know moth. Someone said you shouldn't write tests. No, they didn't say we shouldn't write tests. It was that tests are a waste of time. So if you're writing tests, you're wasting your time. It's not that you shouldn't write them. It's just that you shouldn't waste your time. Dramilk says, I just cower in fear whenever you write unit tests. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, my friend. Embrace them. No. So the conversation essentially, I know Moth, is that it's really hard to write tests for games sometimes. And I think that's super true. I think that's totally true. Writing tests is very challenging because it's really hard to test, well, how does it feel? I just happen to be writing something that is like a system that's testable, and I'm planning to release it. So the goal is I hope to do that. Skulltex, I've never seen read-only record struct. I didn't even know you could mark an entire struct read-only. Guessing that what it does. But what does record do? Great question. So the reason you've probably never seen a record, Skulltag, is you can't do records in the version of C#. That's not entirely true. Records aren't built into the version of C# that Unity currently supports. Okay, so this is actually an external library that I've written. So I have a library called my CaptainCoder.core. So one of my main goals on this project was learn how to get our get DLLs, get external libraries in Unity and be able to use them. And one of my motivations is that I keep writing the same code over and over. In C# 8, I believe, records were introduced. So a C# record is defined this way. We made it read-only. That means that you can't have setters on any of the fields inside of it. So this allows the compiler to do some really, really nice optimizations. So when it sees these things on the stack, if you have a constant in here, it will actually put them all, they'll all be the same value. It does some cool stuff with that from an optimization standpoint. Record, when you do something as a record, you get a toString for free, you get a hash code for free, and you get an equals for free. And the hash code and equals and toString are based on the parameters to the record here. So let's take a look at what that does. If I were to, let's go here. I have to like implement something else to do this. Okay, so let's make their examples. CD examples, .NET, new console. We're gonna make a new console project here, and we're gonna say .NET add reference /captaincoder.core CaptainCoder/core Captain Coder. All right, so now this project here. So we just created a new project and it references this thing. This one, the CaptainCoder.lore is a class library, so I can't put like a main method in it. So we've created this thing here. This has a reference to it, so I can actually do the following: position using CaptainCoder.core. Position P equals new position 0 0 position. Let's go with 0. P other equals new position 1 5. Okay. So one of the things that's really cool, if you do a record, you get a toString for free. Okay, you get a toString for free. So if I were to run this, .NET run, building, we're compiling. Look, I get this toString. I don't have to implement a toString for that. It just knows how to do it. Also, we are able to use these in hash sets and dictionaries without doing anything extra. So that's the benefit of using record. I love records. If I could write records all the time, I would. There are times when you can't use a record type, but something like this, you absolutely can. So if you were to go look at how the compilation process on this, I didn't mean to close that, I meant to minimize it. If you're gonna look at the compilation, this, when you put record here, that's just syntax saying, oh, by the way, implement, provide also equals, get hash code and a toString following specific guidelines for doing it. Skulltag, I hope that makes sense. Did I answer your question? And thank you so much for asking. Skulltag, for taking that time to ask. 50 points to you. Skulltag, I've been using custom structs in dictionaries before though. Does that mean it doesn't work optimally until I do this something extra? If you're not implementing equals and get hash code, they won't work the way you might expect them to. So when you are putting anything in a dictionary or a hash set, you need to override that get hash code and get equal and equals method, because that's how it does lookups. The default one makes it based off of the instance itself. So you just got to be careful using customs. You can use them as values, but not as keys. And so you just got to be careful if you're using it as a key. You might run into some trouble where you're not actually getting the correct lookups. That said, I might be wrong. I'm super new to C#. I'm super new to structs as well. I know says, I love that there's a Captain Coder namespace. Yeah, that's my namespace. If you all of your own stuff should be in a namespace for your stuff. Elite Storm says, wow, there goes my brain again. You guys are just too smart for my art brain. So then, I'll have to look at some of my code. So it will work as long as you're using the exact same instance of it. And that might be fine with, you know what? It might actually be fine with like simple types. I'd have to double check. I know it says using CaptainCoder.brain. And Immortal Kid says, I started using namespaces since seeing you use them. You gotta use them, otherwise your code, well, you don't gotta use them. If no one else is touching your code, it's probably fine not to. If you're ever planning to distribute your code, you need to use namespaces, otherwise they get clobbered. Skulltech says, I think I've been using dictionaries with custom structs without problems before. Let's find out. I'm super curious now. All right, let's. My keyboard is not responding. Trash you. CD example. CD examples. Let's find out. Skulltech. Let's look at it. Let's see what happens here if I put this in a dictionary. All right, so I'm gonna do a struct. Struct. I know moth, I know moth, I know moth, you're here. I know moth, I want to thank you for following me. I know moth, thank you, my friend, for the follow. I appreciate it. I know moth, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Art says, I leave now to go to my sister's birthday dinner. Enjoy your sister's birthday, my friend. Happy Thursday, Art. As always, keep coding, keep growing, have yourself a beautiful day. And anyone who isn't already following Art, Art's also a game developer, writing his own engine in C++, one of my favorite streams to check out. So you gotta give Art a little bit of love. If you wanna see a real game developer, Art's the one to do it. I'm sort of a wannabe. Skull tags, if they're enums work beautifully fine. Enums are just integers. Gotcha. Yeah. So you're fine if you're using enums. But now I'm really curious. Let's go with custom here. Custom. Struct custom, and we're gonna give our struct a public int x, public int y. All right, we'll do something like this. Clayman with the raid. Holy moly, we got 18 people coming in. Wow. Whoa, folks, that's a big old raid. Clayman, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Anyone who doesn't know, hey, it's not gonna learn how to type. Clayman is an epic indie game developer working on 3D physics-based superhero game, epic hero game. I can't talk today. You gotta give Clayman Dev a follow, folks. I gotta wait 45 seconds before I get another shout out. You came in on a time when I can't do it. We got a woe chain started, folks. Can we get a woe chain? Can we finish this woe chain? Can we do it? Dramolx thinks we can. Dramolx thinks we can get this woe chain going.
Whoa.
MMO Pugs finishes the woe chain. Whoa. Wusa. Insufficient permissions, my friend. Insufficient permissions, my friends. Insufficient. But like, check this out. You also gotta click this link. Come on over here. While we're waiting for the cooldown. Look at this game. Look at this. This is a little old. Clayman, I hope it's okay. Whoa. Aliens are coming, folks. Aliens are coming. They're destroying the world. They're beating us up. They're shooting us, these laser beams. They got their own Kamehamehas. Can we save the world? In this epic physics-based roguelike game, you can become the epic hero that we deserve. So go on over here, hit that add to wish list button. Click it. What are you waiting for? If you're waiting for me to tell you to click it, hey, I see you back there. You in the back. Pay attention. You gotta add that to your wish list. All right, Raiders. Clayman, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I appreciate you. Let's see, can we actually give you a shout out now? We can. Go ahead and give, if you're not following Clayman, give him that heart. Give him some love. He deserves it. So Raiders, we were just exploring here. So I had a question. Someone asked, hey, I've never seen this syntax before. You made a public read-only record struct. I've never seen record. Read-only, I can kind of figure out what that means. What's this record thing do? And it allows us to make these pretty nice little implementations. So I have a struct here. It has a row, it has a column. But because I've defined it as a record, I get a toString for free, I get an equals for free, and I get a hash code for free. So it makes it so I can start using this thing in dictionaries and hash sets out of the box without doing anything special. You got to be a little careful if you have too many other things in here. And so we got a question, well, do regular structs work properly in hash sets by default? I'm not sure. We're going to find out. So we're doing a little experiment here. H. Mendoza, welcome back, my friend. Good work, Goblin. Good morning to you. Good work, Goblin. So nice to see everyone here. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for being here. I love you guys so much. I love being here. I'm having such a good time. And this is such a good question. I don't know for sure if this is the case, but we're going to check it out. Real quick. We're going to do a hash set of customs. All right. So this is a dumb thing. Let's call this vec2d. All right, that's a better name for it. This is a fake. This is just a test here, so we got a vec2d set. Vex. We're making a new thing here. Okay. The one thing here. So check it out though. My position. If I run this, run. If I run this, I get a toString for free with these. So if you use records, you get a nice little toString. And you don't have to do any extra work. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. With these vex, I'm wondering the following. So if I do vec2d v0 equals new vec2d, and if I do v0.x equals 5, v0.y equals 2. Can I do this? Vec, not vec2d. Good work, Goblin says, cool, I've never seen record before. Yeah, so if you've only done C# stuff in Unity, kind of turns out that you can't quite use them without doing a little bit of extra work in Unity. All right, so here we do it this way. Initialize it this way. We'll do a vec v1. So the question we have though is these are identical. Do they appear in this hash set? So if I do vex.add v0, vex.contains v1, console.writeLine. Is this true or false? Is this going to be true or false? I'm not sure. I think it's going to be false. So we should get a false out here. But if you want it to be true, let's see here. Oh, it is true. Okay, so it does work. It does work that way. That's nice. I think it sort of optimized it out. All right, so I'm not sure exactly how it does. So I'm pretty happy that Woosa, welcome to lurk mode. Woosa, I know that there's many choices when you choose to lurk, and I appreciate you choosing to lurk here, my friend. Choosing to lurk here. So it looks like if they're, let's try this. Hang on. Okay, so that one's false. I think under the hood, it might be optimizing these out. Hang on. I gotta try one more thing. I think under the hood it might see that, oh, this can be pulled into a constant. So I'm gonna try something like this. Void, because these should be passed by value. So I'm gonna have this return a vec2d. Get vec, or make vec. And it's gonna be dumb. Int x, int y, and this is gonna return a new vec2d. X equals x, y equals y. I'm gonna make this do something kind of dumb here. I'm gonna see, is this smart enough this way? All right, so we're gonna say make vec 5.2, make vec 4.2, v1.x equals 5. Is this gonna be true? Is this gonna be true? It is. Okay, so we learned a thing today. I wasn't sure. What the outcome would be, but it looks to work out nicely. All right, so this only works because these are value types though. So I imagine if you had something that was not a value type, it might not work. H-Mentos, structs are probably not objects. They're definitely not objects. They're value types. So they live on the stack. I was worried that there was some optimization happening that was making them be the same, but the answer seems to be that their hash codes are somehow dependent on this by default. So I like that. That said, we just tested it out. So it looks like you can safely use structs that are simple as keys in hash sets and dictionaries. So it looks all right. So yeah, you don't need to wrap your structs the way you do in order to use them in dictionary styles. Exactly. That said, Skulltag, if you have a class, you absolutely would have to do it. So if we were to, hang on, here, let me show you this. If we made this a class, we'll change this to a class. Watch, this is gonna blow my mind if this works. And as a class, that's not the case. All right, because those live on the heap, even though they're the same here. As a class, you have to make this into into something that has that. You'd have to implement hash code and equals. But if we made it this way, record v2 like this, int x, int y. If we do this, it actually will force us to be like, oh hey, these are not this way. New vec2 x, y. If you make it a record, you get your equals and hash code for free. So if you make it a record, you get your equals and hash code for free. APOC says, but I think if you add another property reference to another object, it wouldn't work. Yeah, so if we made it a ref struct, all right. So there's all right. If we made it a ref struct, it would not work. And things start getting annoying. If they're the reference, if they were the same reference, it would. But now it's saying this vec2d can't be used here anyway because it's a reference struct. So it saves you from that anyway. Yeah. All right. So we learned something new today, folks. I learned something new. Skulltag for making me learn something today, because I did. 50 points to you, my friend, because we learned something new. I learned something new, and that's beautiful that we learned something new. So 50 points to you. Thank you so much for prompting me to learn something. And thank you so much for asking, because my assumptions were incorrect. I'm very, very new to C#. I've only been using C#. Some people are like, well, you've been using it for 19 months. That's true. So very, very new feels very new to me. feels very new to me because I've been programming for over 20 years, so 2 years feels pretty minuscule. I don't know all the ins and outs, and so I'm trying to learn. That's one of the things I'm doing here on stream, is learning and growing and teaching myself some new things. It's been awesome. It's been fun. So thank you for that. Thank you for that nice little deluge. All right, so what were we doing? So we're in the process of building out a crafting system. So anyone who's new, if you've missed the first couple days, we're on day 4 here of building a crafting system. So someone asked me, said, hey, Captain, over on my Discord, we try and do a new project every week or 2 here. One time we went for 3 weeks, which was just too much for one project. But someone suggested, hey, can you make a crafting system? And I was like, yeah, let's do a crafting system. That sounds really, really fun. So we're implementing a crafting system. Because it was suggested, and also I'm planning to use it in this Dungeon Crawl Game Jam in April. But if you missed the first couple days and you want to get caught up a little bit, I've been trying to keep a blog this time. So day 1, 2, and 3 have a little blog here, so you feel free to check it out. You don't have to watch the whole stream. I did this so because the streams are like 4 hours long sometimes. You don't have who's got time to watch 4-hour stream if you've already watched a 4-hour stream that day of the Captain. But you got 15 minutes to read through what we did. But this is what we're trying to do. 7 days, build a crafting system that has a crafting containers that can have different types of things to craft, and recipes that do not take into account the shape of how you place the items. It's just do those items exist there. So we're trying to do it in 7 days. We're on day 4. I think we're making good progress. Skulltech says, I've been doing C# for over 10 years and I don't see new stuff very often, but I have actually seen a lot of new stuff on your stream. Awesome. This pleases me. Makes me very happy that we're learning and growing new stuff together. We're learning new stuff. We're learning new stuff together, and we're growing together. We're not growing new stuff together. I'm not growing anything over here. Skulltag says, I wouldn't expect you only had less than 2 years of experience. Yeah, but I'm a teacher. So Captain Coder, that's me. I'm a computer science teacher, so I'm constantly learning new things. It's like all I want to do. All right, so I'm gonna make this internal struct invalid position, and I might even can I put this inside of this here? All right, so my idea here is that the serialized thing should be my internal invalid position. And it's only gonna ever be used right here. I might even be able to make it private, I'm not sure. But the idea is I'm trying to make a workbench here that I can specify the positions on. Yeah, look at that. So I can specify the positions here. So I have a workbench, it's gonna be 4x4. The top left corner can't be used. The top, this is the bottom left corner. This would be the bottom right corner. And this would be the top right corner. So I specify the invalid positions here. What might be cool is to build a little custom editor where I can click those so you can see the shape, but I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Internally, it's gonna be represented as these invalid positions like this. These are invalid positions. And what we're gonna do is when we construct this thing, we just give it invalid position, right? And it's gonna be like, hey, we can't do that. So we have to actually translate them. And so we're gonna do invalid position dot select, and we're gonna use system.link. Using system.link. We're gonna use some system.link. All right, and so invalid positions dot select. We're just gonna say convert yourself. So this is gonna take in our it's gonna take in our IP. Hang on, this is getting a little too wide for me. It might be getting a little too wide. Maybe this is overkill. Maybe I don't need to do it this way. But this is gonna select. This is gonna be our position. So we go to a new position. Pause.row. Pause.column. So this is our invalid position. We just translate it when we construct it here. And this allows me to have this nice little interface here for putting these together. Yeah, so now we can build out our crafting systems. All right. Craig says, wait, VS Code, I thought Unity deprecated support. I've heard that. I thought they just deprecated support for the debugger. I thought did they deprecate support completely for VS Code at all? Because I don't have any extensions installed. I did in the package manager, we do have the VS Code here installed. I thought they just deprecated support for the debugger. I could be wrong though. I don't know for sure. I could be wrong. That said, Visual Studio and Writer seem to are far more powerful than VS Code. But I work at a school where we have Dramo says any self-respecting game dev will use Writer or Visual Studio I work at a school where it's a bring your own device school, and so it's really, really hard to support Visual Studio because like about 30% of my students have Macs, and the Visual Studio for Mac is not great, and it's very different from Visual Studio for Windows. Rick says there's a new debugger that works perfectly, but it shows only a pre-release right now, which works fine. Well, we'll take a look at it when we get there. Good Work says I use Writer, but it's all the same to me. To be honest, it's all just typing into text files. I will say Writer seems to have a lot of really, really nice little features. I use Craig says, I use Visual Studio every day for work. Don't want to deal with it in my spare time. It's a pain. Yeah, it's a pain. Revere says, the other debugger shows now as deprecated. Yeah, the other debugger. Yeah, you're right. So I do have the other debugger and it is deprecated as well. It still kind of works. We'll cross that road when we get there. That said, I do prefer Visual Studio. I really do. But it's important for me to understand this tool because it's what my students are using. At the school, we teach lots of different programming courses, and the programming courses, we sort of settled on Visual Studio Code because we do JavaScript, we do Python, we do, HTML web dev stuff. So it's sort of like the thing that people tune on. Good Workout says, do you teach full-time and stream? Yes, I do. Thank you for asking. Yes, I do. But it's just too much fun. I would be up programming right now before work anyway, and so I decided I'm just gonna start doing it. Age Manager says, I wanna go to your school, Captain. I hear that. So stay tuned, folks, because this summer, I'm planning on trying to do if you wanna take a class with Captain Coder, I'm trying to put something together this summer. I really wanna do something. I really wanna do Captain Coder's Academy over the summer while I have some time off. I want to experiment with it. So I'm definitely keep your eyes peeled. Stay tuned. So we're gonna find out. MMO Post says lurk time for Teams meeting. Enjoy your Teams meeting. See you in a bit, MMO Pug. Lee Time says, should people start learning to program with Python or C#? I personally think any language should be fine. Depends on your age as far as like using Scratch. Scratch has had block languages in general have been shown to a lot of difficulty transferring the knowledge from a block language to a text-based language. My preference is for C#. So I teach an intro to programming class in C#. That said, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with learning with Python. I feel like Python hides a lot more from you, and so I like to teach computer science, not necessarily programming. So I always, in my C# class, for example, Nameless Coder, welcome back, my friend, welcome back to the crew. I've been writing a workbook, and my students use this workbook here. In my workbook, Ni has bega, oh ni has bega. I want to thank you for following Ni has bega. Please forgive me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. No ni has bega. Only his bigger. Thank you for following the crew. Nihez Begar, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here this morning. So this is a workbook that I'm working on. It's in, I would definitely call this alpha. I am using it in my intro class. It doesn't teach object-oriented programming, but as I was saying, I am all about teaching computer science, not just programming. So for example, when we go to learn about variables, let's see here. I like talking about different basic data types here. Okay, so one of the things that we learn about is like overflow. Gravity as an integer. You know, we can talk about like, well, what is an integer? How is data represented internally? Why can't we do this? Right? I tell students, go write this code. What is the error you get? And then we explore stuff like what is overflow? You can't do this type of stuff in Python, or it's much more difficult to do in Python. So I really, really like students to learn about types, because at least the way I think about programming is programming is all about like putting things into puzzle places, or types, sort of like what fits in here. What is the shape of the code? What is the shape of the data? Nameless Coder says, is that so that the students can apply it to any language? Partly, yes. I just think it's good knowledge to understand if, you know, it's a big piece that's often lacking. Nihez says, you just have to learn programming principles, patterns, etc., since those are the same across virtually anything. Of course, there are some features in some languages that are unique to them, for instance, C# versus Java. Absolutely. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with learning programming in Python. It's about learning the principles, learning that stuff. I think that there are certain things I like to teach, that are harder to teach with Python. So like integer overflow, you know, I don't think you can actually do that in Python. Maybe everything's along. Skulltex, how quickly do you run into overflow problems though? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how quickly you can run into overflow problems. Or just saying like, oh, that's like knowing it exists so that when something weird happens in your code, you understand why you're getting that overflow. So this sort of explains like, what is overflow? Also, the AP exam needs you to understand overflow. So if you're a student in school trying to learn and you're gonna take the AP test, you actually have to know this stuff to pass. Craig says, I bet it's easier to switch from a statically typed image to a dynamic one too, rather than the other way. Craigs, it depends on which one you start with. So I have students, I've done this. Students who start with Python, and then this is why block languages are so hard to get people to transfer to text-based language. Students who start with Python hate switching to something like C# or Java. It drives them crazy. And then I've done it the other way, where I've taught students who have gone from something like Java. Specifically, I've had it where I've taught C++, as I said at a summer camp. I tried it a couple different ways. One week I taught C++ first, and then we went to Python. So this was like a tour of programming languages. And when we went from C++ to Python, the students hated it. They're like, oh, it's so much harder to do things in Python. And then when we do it the other way, people going from Python to C++, oh, it's so much harder to do things in C++. It's whatever your brain, it's however your brain is thinking about stuff. And so a big part of me is like, how do we teach the thought process? Dajeki says, I've had to use big int in JavaScript. Oh, fascinating, fascinating. Nihat says, also as a programmer, you need to master a dark art of Googling. Absolutely. It's your biggest friend. It's your biggest friend. Down here, watch this, watch this. I don't teach them Googling in this specific case, but we have a whole section called Read the Friendly Manual, where it's like, all right, I want you to go read some documentation, find something new about it. And I often have my students Googling and saying like, how do we figure something out? But reading the friendly manual is super important. You gotta know how to read the friendly manual, folks. Craig says, explains why I preferred TypeScript to JavaScript. There you go. All right, so what are we doing here? What are we doing? Skulltech says, I thought we were all asking ChatGPT for coding problems now. Well, some of us. Some of us. Dejeki says, that is the memoization part for the language. Learning programming CS will allow you to Google. Yeah, so it's all about, a big part of it is you don't know what you don't know. right? This is such an interesting phrase. You don't know what you don't know. And so when you take a class, it's about introducing concepts and vocabulary and then saying, all right, I want you to, here's the concept, here's the idea. Can you now apply it and maybe do some searching to figure it out? So one thing I always tell my students is I will, in a class, I'm never, ever going to be able to teach you everything. Nehez says, I'm doing it for 10 years, still asking how to open file in X since it's impossible to remember all possible APIs. Exactly. Dziecki's on board with me. All right, folks, so what are we doing? What the heck are we doing here? We just implemented, we just finished this. Part 3, implementing a crafting container data scriptable object. We done did it. So we can actually create different types of crafting containers here. And this is going, at runtime, we'll be able to access this and use it inside of our crafting framework, hopefully. Harder to write a unit test for this, but we're gonna do our best. Okay, so let me do a commit here. Did we change anything in this? We did. What did we change? So I wanna undo this change. Discard. We didn't actually make that serializable. All right, discard that change. We ended up creating a wrapper type for this. So there's nothing that changed there. Let's delete these files. Here in our example, is that still open? Let's close that. Okay, so these are staging feet. Implement crafting container data scriptable object. Boom, we got that. We're gonna push that up, folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion. This is a momentous occasion, folks. We've actually finished 3 things today. This usually doesn't happen. We did manage to finish 3 things. For being here to see this. 50 points to all of you, my friends. All 46 of you, thank you so much for being here to share this moment with me. I appreciate you. I really do. How long have we been going here? 67 minutes plus a little bit, give or take. We're gonna move on to something a little bit harder here, implementing the crafting container grid. So we're gonna actually do some UI stuff next. I need to get a refill here. I'm out of bean water, folks. I'm out of bean water. My bean water cup is empty. I'm gonna go get myself some herb water next. I'm gonna make myself some Earl Grey herb water. I'm almost out of water as well. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. We gotta boil up some water. So the time it takes me to boil water, and then I'll be back. And then I shall return, folks. So hang tight, find something to hang on to. We shall return. Skulltech says, just gotta craft the water. Craft the water, that's right. 1 can of dehydrated water produces 20 bottles of undehydrated water. Just add water, dehydrated water, just add water, that's right. All right, folks, I shall return, hang tight. When we get back, we're gonna do a little bit of stretching, get our blood flowing again. We've been going for a while. We gotta get ourselves moving again. So I shall return, hang tight, see you soon. All right, everybody, we are back. The captain's back. I'm so sorry that I took so long there. Just, boiling water takes some time. Takes a little bit of time, so I hope your fingers don't hurt too much from hanging on. But we got ourselves some delicious scalding water here. Can't sip it yet. It's a little too spicy to sip, but we got this tea steep in here. So we got to do, while we wait for our tea to steep. That's right, I burnt the water. I burnt it good. While we wait for this tea to steep, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get some stretches in, because you gotta take care of that body. The captain loves you, so you should love you. And if you love you, that means you love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And your body deserves to be loved, because, if you're like me, you're sitting at a computer all day, hunched over, you're getting those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries from just sitting there. You're living your sedentary lifestyle like the captain. Maybe not. Maybe you're super active. Maybe you're not sedentary like the captain. But get on up with me if you would. If you don't get up, that's okay. I'll still love you. But I see you there in the back. Still sitting down. So real quick. You in the back. Pay attention. Good workout says, I weightlifted this morning. My legs are dead. Can I sit this one out? Sure thing. Since you got that little exemption slip there, I'll allow it. But everyone else, get on up with me. We're gonna do some stretching. Why is my camera being so weird today? The camera's being super, super wacky today. All right, everybody, get on up. Arms up at the side. We're gonna stretch this out here. We're gonna slowly rotate back and forth here. At the hips. Oh yeah. Don't snap around. If you do it too fast, you're gonna end up pulling something. You don't want to do that. We're stretching all the way up the back here. For me, it comes all the way up the leg, up the side here. Get that in nice and slow. As you come to the side, go ahead and stretch. Push a little bit that way. If it hurts, you're doing it too much. You don't want to hurt yourself. Just get some nice stretching going. Get that blood flowing. You don't want that blood to pool into your rear, into your feet. You want to keep that blood moving. You want to take care of that body. All right, then bring those hands up this time, and we're going to be bringing it across and over like that. Cross and over. Cross and over. Oh, doesn't it feel wonderful? I think it feels wonderful. I hope it feels wonderful for you too. Oh, it's so good. It is so good, my friends. Now, we're going to start doing a cross. So we're going to take this. We're going to come across and reach down. Oh. And then bring it up and down. We'll do this a couple more times. Up. Down. Up. And down. 3 more. Up. And down. Up. And down. 1 more. 1 more. Up. And down. I hope that feels good. All right, do a little quadricep stretch here. So you're gonna get that leg up. If you can't get that leg up, that's all right. You can stretch out a different part of yourself. Get that quadricep up. Hold it up. Pull it. You should be feeling it in the on your thigh there. Is that your quadricep? I don't know. Look. I'm not a muscleologist. I'm a computer scientist, not a muscleologist. So I don't know exactly what it is. But you shouldn't be hurting yourself. Just want to get that blood flowing. Get a nice stretch in. If you can't feel the stretch, engage that core. Maybe lean out a little bit. Keep that balance though. Oh, it feels good. Doesn't that feel good? Hold this for another 10 seconds. So we're gonna switch sides. Just get that blood moving. Ooh, doesn't it feel lovely? And let it down slowly. Get that other leg up. Get that other leg up with us here. Oh yeah. Oh, this one's super tight. The quads are the front of your leggies. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, the quadricep, they're on the front. That's what we're stretching out when we do this here. It feels so good. Good work, Goblin. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me know, because I don't know these things. I just know that this is a lovely, lovely stretch here. And, I've had a standing desk, so these ones feel particularly good for me. Another 10 seconds, then we're going to let it down. Another 10 seconds. Oh. And go ahead and let it down a little bit. Ooh, that felt good. Shake it out, folks. Shake it out. Thank you so much for joining me in those. We're gonna hop back in, just getting that blood flowing every hour, every 2 hours max. 2 hours max. You gotta take care of your body a little bit, so that way you're not, not getting those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries. We want to avoid those. We want to avoid those. So thank you for joining me in those stretches, for joining me in them. I know you did. I know you did. I'm going to go ahead and give, all of you divert. This is literally the least I could do. I guess the least I could do is not do it. But you guys deserve it. So take these points, use them with care, invest them. You can invest those points, have your points, make your points work for you. But thank you so much for joining me in that. So happy to have you guys here. We're going to go for another hour-ish, and then I have work in about 2 hours. I'm working about 2 hours. So we're going to go for about another hour, maybe an hour and 15. Then we gotta stop, and I gotta go teach, which I'm looking forward to. That Earl Grey is so good. So good. If you have any tea suggestions, drop them on the Discord for me in the recommendations. Over on the Discord, we got recommendations. I love getting tea and coffee recommendations. So feel free to drop those in there for me. No pressure. You don't have to join the Discord, but if you want to. If you'd like to keep in touch with the captain, you can. All right. So our goal here is to actually get a little bit of UI stuff done today. So implementing a crafting container grid. See you, Pepek. Want to become... Oh. Hang on, folks. The bot... Hang on. My bot didn't stop him. Fascinating. All right, so we are in shield mode, folks. I'm so sorry. So we're going to be on slow mode here for a little bit. We're going to switch out of that in a moment. Oh no, you don't have to join. You have to join. That's right. All right, so give me a second here to take care of these bots. This is fascinating. This is the second time we got that bot. Second time. Let me clear these out real quick. Where's my options here? Let's go ahead and we're going to ban. Bring that ban hammer down. I'm so sorry, folks. I had to put on shield mode. We're getting invaded there. But Skull Tag, thank you for the follow. Skull Tag, thank you today. Skull Tag, I want to thank you for the following me. Oh yay. Skull Tag, I want to thank you for being here today. Skull Tag, welcome to the crew. Welcome, Skull Tag. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the follow. Let's see if we can turn off this shield mode. We were just getting in. We got bot invaded there for a moment. Moonness. So we're gonna see here. We're gonna see here if we're okay now. Looks like we're okay. Slow mode is no longer involved. So hopefully that took care of it. Sadly, it did clear out the chat for me. So if you said something and I missed it, do not hesitate to ask again or post again. If you want me to see it, don't hesitate to do so. But boy, is that Earl Grey tea good. Isn't that Earl tea good? Earl tea good great? All right. So we're going to look into implementing a crafting container mono. Ooh, I do love me some chai tea too. Some nice black chai. That's the only tea that I like to put like a little bit of cream in. Normally I like bitter stuff. So what I want to do, all right, so Unity, UI Toolkit, play mode. UI Toolkit. So can we use UI Toolkit? We've done a little bit of it. I don't know. So in the past, the way I would have done this would be as a canvas. But one of the things I want to learn about is UI Toolkit for you doing UI stuff in play mode. So I haven't done this before. We're going to take a look at it. Runtime UI support, a set of components to create runtime UI. So this is what I want to look at, I think. Getting started with runtime UI. Create a UI document with controls. Prerequisites, UI builder. Do I have to, is this something that I have to import here? Let's see. Windows, package manager, Unity registry, UI, Unity UI. Is this what it is? Maybe I don't have to input it. It is a package. What is it called? UI Toolkit? Let's see what it says. Prerequisites, UI builder, create a UI document with controls. All right, so we'll show if we can do this. See simple UI toolkit workflow. Create a project in Unity editor with any template. Create a UI document named simple runtime UI with the following contents. Okay. So I'm gonna try over here. This is gonna be part of our crafting system. This is our scripts though. All right, so create in our assets a thing called UI. It used to be stay forward by just adding a canvas. It used to be stay forward by just adding canvas. We're gonna create a folder called UI. It used to be so straightforward. Oh, gotcha. Oh, I could still do it that way. Gotcha. No, I gotcha. The one thing is we could have, so the idea here, so UI toolkit, UI document. That's right, Mooniz. We're gonna try using the UI toolkit. We're gonna see if we can handle it, if we want to use it at runtime or not. So we're gonna call this our crafting container grid or overlay, something like that. So crafting container grid. And then it's telling us internally, open. If I double click this, what do I get? I get a window that looks like this. And this just might not be quite what we want. Because I kind of want to do like a drag and drop thing. Although it does seem to have recs, it has numeric fields. I don't know if that's what I want. But I'm following the editor here. Unity default runtime theme. Interesting. Nameless Coder asks, are you eventually going to add this crafting into a game? So my ultimate goal, great question, is in April. So this is in April 1st, 29 days. We're getting close here. The Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023. I think I'm going to try and add this into the game I make here. So I'm building up little components for the project that I would like to do. So I built, I have like a dice rolling system I built. I have a little bit of a character system I built. I built a procedural dungeon generator. And now I'm doing a crafting system. I was asked to make it, but I'm planning to use it here. And the idea is to make a crafting system that you can sort of drop into different projects. So that's one of the goals I have there. But yeah, we're taking it. Illuminati says hello. Hello, Illuminati. Welcome back, my friend. How are you on this beautiful Thursday? I hope it's beautiful wherever you are. It's beautiful here. It's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful morning here in Captain Coder Champion. This is, I would recommend you looking through a short tutorial. Just look through it real quick. Gotcha. Let's take a look. It's a text tutorial. I was trying to follow this here on getting it set up, but let's look at this text tutorial. Elite Sam says you are going to need to make a bunch of 2D art images that look like the different items you need, like a stack of logs and some rocks. We're going to craft item and outcome. Possibly. I could also be lame and just have it have like a letter or something. Creating a runtime inventory UI. Ooh, this is like essentially what I want. I want to do something like this. So my crafting system, I want to be able to drag and drop between this. A great UI is one of the most important parts of any game. Illuminati says, today I've streamed my level design process in Unity for the first time. Oh, awesome. I didn't know you were a streamer, Illuminati. I'm gonna click that follow button. I clicked that follow button. Do you stream on Twitch, Illuminati? Or on YouTube? Or on both? I stream on both. In this tutorial, you'll learn the basics of Unity's new UI system called UI Toolkit by creating an in-game inventory system where your player can drag and drop items to move them around. This is sort of what we want to do. This is great. Thank you, Moonness. Thank you for this. This is sort of almost exactly what I want. What is great about learning UI Toolkit is that you can apply the same skill to create custom UI and extensions for the Unity editor, runtime debugging tools, and runtime UI for your games. At the end of this tutorial, you will be able to design UIs by the UI builder, design UIs through C# and USS, instantiate your UI at runtime. Yeah, I managed to get it there by clicking on your name. We'll give you a quick shout out, Illuminati. If anyone wants to check out Illuminati, I haven't, so disclaimer, I've not seen Illuminati stream, but you know, Illuminati's always in here. He's such a nice person. Moona says, I used this to make custom visual elements for my key bindings. Gotcha. Oh, quiet you. Reset the break timer, folks. I forgot to do it. I gotta get in a better habit. So this one's saying using 2020.2. We're gonna skip that requirement. This tutorial assumes you have basic knowledge of Unity and intermediate C# skills. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll assume that I'm okay. I have high programming skills, basic knowledge of Unity. Let's have basic knowledge. Download the starter project. I'm just gonna look through this and see here. Getting started. UI Toolkit. Is Unity's new UI system, Unity's extensible markup language, Unity style sheet, UI builder, visually create and edit your UXML, UI debugger, a diagnostic tool that lets you traverse the hierarchy. All right, so download the file projects. Yeah, I'm not gonna I'm just gonna skip through this a little bit. Design the UI style sheets. Okay. UI is a way to create visually create and edit UXML and USS files. It is also highly useful if you are creating your assets via code and want to mock up how something might look or to see what the proper syntax is for a style variable. Open the window by going to the UI builder. Okay. Window, UI Toolkit, UI builder. Okay. Now it's time to create an inventory UI like this. Okay, so we can make this, I'm gonna move this kind of over here. I know the chat's gonna be blocking it a little bit, so I apologize for that. Now it's time to create the inventory UI. Inside the UI builder, click the first item in the hierarchy window called unsaved window. Crafting grid. All right, so I already have another thing called that. We're gonna select match game view. I don't know if I actually want this to match the game view, but sure, we'll go with that for now. Because I bet I can have it center in the middle of the screen if I do that. The UI scales with the screen. Okay. Next, drag visual elements from the top and bottom in the hierarchy window. Click on it to pull up the properties setting the following. Next, drag visual element from the library. Oh, visual element. Okay. Up here. Click on that. All right, so I created this. I selected visual elements. Flex goes to grow one, align item center. Okay, so we're gonna flex, grow one. Okay, so this is using, I'm assuming it's very similar to Flexbox and CSS. So it says take up one, you know, if there's other things in here, it's one would be like a ratio to other things. And in this case, it'll be full on itself. Align items to the center. Align center. And then justify content center. So it's gonna put all this stuff sort of in the center, both horizontally and vertically. Okay, like that. Cool. Hit save real quick. Drag another visual element into the hierarchy window and make it a child of the container. Set the following properties. I'm gonna make it a child of the visual container. Okay. All right, so we're gonna make it a child here. So we have this parent, this is a child. We're gonna name this inventory. Okay, so this one is gonna be named inventory. This is just a sample. So this is probably gonna be like my container, crafting container. Right, so I'm not gonna name mine inventory. I'm too cool for that. All right, my camera's being so weird today. My camera's being weird. I don't know I didn't even have to play around outside. Flex grow is 1. Width and height to 50% and 75%. Okay. size. So we have flex, size, 50%, and 75%. This should be percent, 75%. Okay, so we have that. Can I make this? One sec here. Width and height. One moment. I'm gonna save this real quick. I'm gonna see if I can make my game display. Let's make this just smaller for my brain to handle it a little bit. Let's go. What would be? It's like 900 by 600 or something. 19. Let's see. 1920 divided by 2. So 960 by 540. 960 by 540. Hey, look. 960 by 600 is not quite. 960 by 540. 960 by 540. This is just so my brain can handle this, because I'm having a little trouble here. Okay, so now it's not gonna be. It said the 966 540 there. Visual element, crafting container, width 50%, height 75%. I'm a little confused. That's why my height isn't quite there. Grow as one, alignment center, justify center. Did I not? Alignment center, justify center. One. That's okay. I'm a little surprised that this isn't 75%. I should probably finish reading the instructions here. Size, max, and width to 50, 75%. All right, so size, min, max. Here we go. Max 50%, max height 75%. Did nothing still. It's okay. That's okay. Margin and padding, we're gonna set to 10. Margin and padding, 10 pixels. Good work, Goblin. Thank you so much for lurking here. Captain Coder's Academy understands that there are many places to lurk, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here, my friend. And remember, you are welcome to unlurk at any time. Background color. We're gonna go with this color that they've chosen here. I set the min value instead of the max value. Thank you. Oh, Trader Joe. Oh, Trader Joe, you explained it to me so well. Trader Joe, oh, Trader Joe, I appreciate you. Trader Joe, for correcting my mistake. 50 points to you, my friend. I appreciate that so much, Trader Joe. Coming in for the save. As everyone knows, hopefully everyone knows, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged here. That's how I grow. That's how we grow. We're growing and coding as a crew, my friends. All right, background color. We're gonna set the background color to this nice little hash. Nice little hash. This little hishity hash. This hish hash. Apparently you can't put hexadecimal. There we go. Ooh, nice little bluish. Did that do anything? Come on. Alpha to full. There you go. Okay. Background color, border. Just copy this part. The border. Border color, border color, Set this border color. It's interesting that the alpha is set to 0 by default, and then the top, we're gonna make the top width 5, just the top width. Okay, that's kind of cool. At least it is fun watching a programmer do art. Yeah, isn't it fun? I don't know if fun's the right word. Funny, maybe, Elite Stomper. Maybe it's funny watching a programmer do art. I don't know if fun is the right word. Entertaining, perhaps. fun? Oh, glad you think so. All right, we're gonna add a visual element. Hang on. If anyone else, like mid-sentence, your body is like forcing you to drink something, this is a problem I constantly have. Is like I'm in the middle of a sentence and my hand though is like bringing this up. It's like I gotta either stop talking or face the consequences. And it's like my body's just like, you need that caffeine in you. You need the fuel. You gotta bring it on in. Open up, open the hatch, put it in, take it down. There you go. All right, so we're gonna add a visual element control as a child of the element. So this is gonna be a slot container. Okay, visual element. This is gonna be a slot container. Okay, the slot container. Grow one, direction row. Grow. This is pretty cool. Grow one, direction row. Like this. Lisa, that's a good way to need a new keyboard, drinking and talking the same. I know, it's so hard. It's so hard not to. I just can't help it. Flex wrap. Flex wrap. And justify content center. Justify content center. Save, okay. Save the UXML document by going to File, Save As at the top of the viewport, and name it inventory. So I don't need to name it inventory. It's named crafting container for me. Should now have a new window that looks like this. Where did this word inventory come from? Interesting. When did they put the word inventory in there? Oh, maybe they just have, that's interesting. You typed it in. Well, I just don't know. I just don't know why theirs happens to have inventory here. It's okay. I think I could add that in if I wanted to. I just don't see. Oh, I missed this label spot. There was a label. I skipped over this. It helps if you read, right? Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? Add a label control as a child of the inventory. Okay, so a label. And the label here is gonna have the text. Text. This is gonna be container. Crafting. Let's call it crafting. We'll probably end up changing that label to whatever box we happen to be using. Font size 24, text color. That text color, style, size, what is that? Text, all right, there's a thing called text on here. Text, 24, not 25, 24, enumerate. Well, hello, Cap. Good to see you. Enumerate says, it's good to see you too, Enumerate. Happy Thursday, my friend. How are you on this beautiful Thursday? So nice to see you again. It is so nice to have you here. I hope you're having a beautiful day. But how's it going? How is it going? Crafting. Ooh. Crafting. Border color. We're gonna add a little border at the bottom. Margin and padding. Margin bottom 10. Margin and padding. Margin bottom 10. Margin bottom 10. And we're gonna add a border color. Border. Color. Like that. Give it some color. And the border bottom will be 1. Ooh, that looks pretty nice. Enumerate says, great to see you too. We had some rain today. Just doing some late night work on my rasterizer project. Gotta love vector math. You know, I don't know if you gotta love it, but I love it. Vector, you know, I was a big fan of linear algebra. It's one of my favorite classes. It was so nice. I took 2 of them. I was only required to take linear algebra, and I enjoyed it so much. It's like, oh, I'm gonna take the theory of linear algebra class where you like write proofs and stuff, and that's just how much of a nerd I am. Nakacha, Nakacha, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Nakacha, I'm so glad you're here. Nakacha, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome to the crew today. Nakacha, happy Thursday, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Thursday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Where you happen to be in the world. I hope you're doing fabulously well. So happy to have you here. This is Captain Coder's Academy. For anyone who doesn't know, Captain Coder is me is Captain Coder, and I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science at a school for ages 10 to 14. I also do individual and group tutoring for a variety of different topics, mostly computer science related, of course. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming or otherwise. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged because that's how we learn and that's how we grow here. So thank you so much for the follow and welcome aboard. All right, so we have this in here. I'm gonna go ahead and save. That looks pretty nice. This looks a little interesting. The slot container's taken up. Did I get all this? All right, so I added in slot container. Oh, it wanted me to rename this header. Header. Like that. Container inventory. Okay. So I'm going to call this one, it wants me to call it container. This one is going to be called, I'm going to call this grid. Header slot container. Okay. Save your UXML, done. The layout engine that uses UI is open source, it's called Yoga. Then we're going to create a style sheet. In the style sheet section, click the plus sign, select create new USS. All right, plus, create new USS. We're going to put this in our Captain Coder Unity Engine UI. What do they want us to call this? Probably could just call it, name it inventory. I'm going to name it crafting container grid. Okay, because you didn't make those match. You want to match them up. You match them up, you line them up, you match them up, you make them all the same. Next, you will generate a class for each element that you created. Here's how to do it for container. 1, click on the container element on the inspector panel. There is a section called style sheet, which has a subsection called style classless container. Bring this over a little bit. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to shrink it that way. Style sheet, style class list. Okay, so we found that. Then it says create a new style class list. In the style class list is a text box. This is where you will enter the name class you want to generate. In this case, call it container. Container. Click the extracted line styles to new class. Hang on. I'm assuming that I did container, extract line styles to new class. You should see the new container class appear under the inventory USS. Yeah. There it is. In the style sheet section, repeat this for each of the items using the name. Once done, save it. Okay. So then we have our grid here, and it's going to be our grid. We have our header. And then we have our slot container. Okay, saved. A quick look at some important styles. Most of the styles are relatively self-explanatory, or their impact can be discovered easily by tweaking some properties. Here's a few of the main ones that you'll work with. Display invisibility, flex. Here I go again. I'm bringing that coffee up. Not coffee, bringing that tea up to my face. My hand just wants to do it. Wants to make it happen. Consider a scenario. We want to see the inventory UI next to the equipment UI. All right, so this is just some CSS style sheet stuff. Absolute and relative positioning. By default, we do this. Elements within a position of absolute are essentially invisible. Yeah, until you set them. Instead, you must set them width and height. Add the inventory UI to the game. Okay, cool. It's time to add the screen To your scene, UI Toolkit comes with a UI document component, which is where you specify two major areas, panel settings and UI document component. You must use the UI Toolkit event system component. All right, so we have a scene here. You can add a UI document game object to your scene to have Unity generate the necessary components and the panel settings for you. Here's how you can quickly set up the scene. Add the UI document game object by going to Game Object UI Toolkit UI document. Gaming Milo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for the follow here at Captain Coder's Academy. I want to thank you, Gaming Milo, sir. Or madam. I'm so sorry to assume an identity there. Gaming Milo, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Thursday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am so happy to have you here today. We are learning and growing as a crew. We're doing some UI stuff. Elite Stomper says, that's one thing about Unity. They are always adding all these modular packages, and sometimes they are very rough trying to figure them out at first, and getting them to look right and funny things in the original UI tools worked fine. Yeah, so I think I'm going to add this to my bookmark so I can share it with everyone later. This is nice because it has this nice visual editor, and then you can also like modify it in the code. I think that there are things about this that I think I really like. All right, so we're going to close this window. Yeah, close this window. And it's saying, add the UI document game object by going to Game Object UI document game object UI Toolkit UI document. Okay, and then we're going to call this user interface, and then name it user. Set the source asset to the inventory UXM file you saved earlier. Let's actually call it, so source asset, and this is going to be our crafting grid container. Perfect. Mooney says, of course the original one worked, but the modularity of the new one and having it very similar to web development opens up so many doors for people to create UI. Yeah, so having the style sheets and stuff in there is pretty cool. That said, there's always so one of the things that's really cool about programming is you have a freedom to do things you want. You got freedom of choice in a lot of these matters. So they wouldn't be adding this if they didn't think it was better. But we're gonna see how we like it. Set your game window aspect ratio to 16 by 9 and push play and see the inventory on your screen. I've already done that. Hit play. This is interesting. It's very different than doing stuff in Canvas. Look at that. Very few people are satisfied with the old canvases once you start getting larger hierarchies. Yeah, so I had, you saw me in you may have seen me in previous projects working with it, and you had to like create a new scene for it and do a bunch of other stuff. Dramilk says, I can show you my character panel, Moon. That's true. That's true, Dramilk. You could show Moon your Moon said, no thanks. No thank you, Moon. No thank you, Dramilk. That's a little too much. Okay, so we got that. Code the inventory slots. All right, so this is interesting. I found that UI Builder isn't always the right approach for creating my visual elements. Most of the time I end up building the assets via C# code to keep things clean. For the inventory slot, let's skip the UI Builder, instead create them via C#. So this is the part, so I'm such a, my programming skill is far out, like I tell people, I'm a simpleton. I'm not, people often think I'm really smart because I'm pretty good at coding, but I'm totally a simpleton. Dramilk says taken to call me a codaton because, I have lots and lots of coding experience in. But I definitely feel like a simpleton, and so I often lean heavily into that to get things done. So what I like about this compared to the Canvas system is it feels like I'm encouraged, or at least have the freedom and ability to write the code this way. Boogie Zolo says, start asking the captain to name variables. It's certainly my greatest weakness, I think. It's one of my greatest weaknesses. I'm not a wordologist, Boogie. You know this. You know this. Cool. So inventory slot will consist of 2 elements for its hierarchy. The root, which is a visual element, and a child that is an image. The image will only have a sprite if the slot has an item. Here's what it looks like. Root. Item. Create a new script called inventory slot. I can do that. Create script inventory slot. Done. We're gonna make it extend visual elements. Interesting. And I'm gonna change it from inventory slot to crafting slot. Crafting slot. Or maybe even item slot, because we might have it be in multiple spaces. But we're gonna go ahead. I don't know what I just did there. What did I even do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, what did I do? I may never know what I did, or how it did, or what the consequences were. All right, so we're gonna make this, it's not a mono behavior, it's a visual element. Visual element. I have to probably using UI elements. Okay. I'm gonna add this to my namespace, captaincoder.craftsystem.unityengine.ui. maybe that namespace is getting a little bit long there, folks. Maybe we'll just do Unity Engine. Elite Stomp says, yeah, still not sure if I would use it much. I like to make the art and use it, and most of the menu I use don't have a lot of sublevels, so maybe that's why I didn't run into issues with the old. Yeah, if the old system's working for you, that's fine. No reason to do it. So as you know, Captain Coder likes to learn new things, and so how do I know which one I like better? How do I know if I'm missing out? And it's like, you don't know. Now I got a weird hiccup again there. You don't know what you don't know. And so I want to learn about UI toolkits. That's one of my learning goals here. And so I'm super, super excited about this. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna change some stuff in here. Public variables, bad. Don't do that. We're gonna make this a get like this. And we're gonna add in field, serialized field, string, the UID, again, there's no reason to do it. Private set like this. Muna says, I also like learning new things and keeping up to date with the new tools is fun. Yeah, so, I learned about the new input system. I really like the new input system as well. Okay, let's make sure this compiles. Does it compile? We'll find out in a moment. Did I break it or not? We will see real soon. All right, it compiles. Will it build? Okay. When the inventory slot is first instantiated, ChatGPtopia, ChatGPT, ChatGPtopia, ChatGPtopia, welcome to the crew. ChatGPtopia, or is it ChatGPT? Pia. ChatGPtopia, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Thursday to you. Welcome aboard. Elite Stomper says, I don't mind keeping up with new stuff. Just tough to do working 60 plus hours. Absolutely, no one's saying you gotta keep up with everything. It's, it's for anyone. ChatGPtopia says, nice, positive attitude, fun to listen to. I'm so glad you think so. That's what we're going to. We're trying to make it fun, family-friendly, in learning and growing environment where we can all learn to code together, in this case, we're learning a little bit of Unity, learning a little bit of C#. But thank you so much for the follow. I'm so happy you're here. If you didn't know this, I'm a computer science educator, computer science teacher. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. PG-11 teen is what I say. Keep it PG-11 teen. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. But I'm so happy to have you here, ChatGPtopia. And I hope is it ChatGPtopia? Or is it ChatGT? It's like a tongue twister for me, man. That one's rough. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. All right. So when the inventory slot, I'm name changing soon. You got it. You got it. No worries. I love that name. I think it's a beautiful name. I was slightly worried that you might have been a bot, but I'm glad you're not. Either that or you're passing the Turing test right now. When the inventory slot is first instantiated, it'll create a new image element and add it as a child to the root. Next, it adds two new styles, a slot container and a slot icon. These styles do not exist though, so now would be a good time to add them. Open up the inventory USS. So ours is actually here. This is our crafting grid USS. All right, Clayman says, thanks for the stream, Captain. Gotta head off from the PC, so have a lurk. Thank you so much, Lurk. Clayman Dev, thank you so much for lurk. For anyone who doesn't know, Clayman is a real game developer. Sorry if that was too loud. I don't know how loud that is on the stream. It looks like it comes through pretty loud. Clayman Dev is an epic indie game developer, real game developer, streams Monday through Friday. Gotta check him out. Gotta check it out. Building a 3D physics-based superhero game, epic game here. One of my favorite streamers, my friends. I'm super excited about this game. Give him a follow. Give him a follow. Clayman Dev, everybody. Give him a follow. Hit that little, you see that little heart? You see that little heart there? Go and click that. Give him a little bit of love. He deserves love. Clayman's a lovely person. I appreciate him. Give him some love. Give him a follow. Then, if you want to play a game that has some epic kamehameha, some epic physics, come on over here. Add it to your wish list. It'll be a beautiful day, my friends. As always, Clayman, keep coding, keep growing, have a beautiful day, and you are welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for hanging out. Okay, so I need to add a thing that will format this as CSS. It's really, really annoying that it doesn't by default, but my editor wouldn't know. But we're gonna add these in here. We're just gonna steal this styling. I'm gonna just add it down here. Oh, added in some new, so mine was already called, hang on. It's first, it'll create new image element and add it as a child root. Next, it adds two new styles, slot container and slot hand. These styles do not exist though, so now would be a good time to open the inventory USS and add the following classes to the end. I'm gonna probably rename these at some point. I'm gonna call this, what's interesting is it slot container? I just named mine differently, I guess. Slot icon. Slot container isn't right. I want to call this a grid slot. I gotta rename this file. Grid slot. We're gonna call it grid slot icon, grid slot container, and then these just have to match. Grid slot container. Maybe I should be using this casing typically with CSS. So this might not be true for USS, but CSS, you typically use kebab case. Kebab case, it's like under, snake case, but with dashes. Because it's like a skewer that's going through it. It's kebab. All right, and this is our grid slot icon. I don't know if that's the correct way, but you notice my I was getting like some warnings when I was saying like, you should probably name that a little bit better. Okay, so these are defaults. And it says slot container will be 128 pixels with a slot item background. Set to the background, setting the radius. Okay, so I probably gotta get a background PNG for that. And set it up. Okay, so let's go. Let's make a slot item background real quick. Let's open up the GIMP. Let's get the GIMP. Cortana, go away. I don't need you. Hit the wrong button, folks. We're gonna open up the GIMP. We're gonna make a little item slot background real quick. It's gonna be really simple. It's gonna be really, really simple. Ping PNG file here. We're gonna open up the GIMP. The GIMP is an the GNU image manipulation programs, open source tool. If you have Photoshop, that's fine too. MMO Pug, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back, MMO Pug. We're making some excellent progress. We're making new 128 like this. That's horrific. Let's add an alpha channel. And then I'm just gonna fill. Where's my fill tool? Fill. Where's my color? We're gonna go with a black that fill. And then can we just make it slightly opaque? Can we change the opacity? There it is. Opacity. There we go. 50% opacity. Why did it go down? That's interesting. That's interesting. All right, this is gonna be it. I'm gonna save this off screen so you guys still won't know how my computer's laid out. Save as. Bear with me, folks. Grab your bear with me while I save this file. Gonna save that file, save it good, save it really well. You gotta know how to save your files so you can save them well. I'm saving this file off screen so you won't know what I'm doing unless I sing about it. That way you will know. That way you will know what I'm doing. What is this? This is gonna be our item slot background. Item slot background. Save. Then we're gonna export this. We're gonna export this background image, add it into our project. We're gonna export this image. This is gonna be part of our sprites. Here we go. Export. All right, so I just exported this, and we should have it in our Unity project here. So I created a folder called sprites. That's where I'm gonna put my sprites. There it is, sprites, item slot background. And so now in our UI, where's our UI? Here we go. In our crafting grid container, this is no longer an assets wugs, just assets sprites, item slot background. Okay. Donny Hostio, Donny Hostio, Donny Hostio. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Donnie, I welcome you. Welcome aboard. Can we give you 3 nice cheers? Hey, Donnie, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here today. So happy to have you here at Captain Coder's Academy. If you are new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. That's this face. You see this face? This is Captain Coder. This is the face. This is the face of a captain who codes, my friend. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you in the crew. I am a computer science educator. I'm a computer science teacher. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Programming related, computer science related. You want to know, ask me anything. Ask me anything as long as it's PG-11 teen. I'm keeping it family friendly here. And backseat coding is welcome. We're here to learn to code, grow as individuals, and just have a good time. We're currently working on a crafting system in Unity. We've been doing, this is day 4 of our crafting system. We got a little blog. If you want to get caught up on what we're doing, what we've done so far, feel free to check out the blog. You don't have to go back and watch all the streams. You can if you want to. But our goals here are to build a crafting system in 7 days. We're on day 4. We're making a lot of progress. I think we have a lot of the logic for the crafting system finished, and now we're working on the UI. So this is the first time we're working on the UI. Dramulx is very happy about that. But welcome aboard. Do not hesitate to ask questions. Donnie says, thanks, I've been on and off programming for several years, but recently it clicked for me fully. Awesome. UI is probably one of my weakest things too. So I will pay a lot of money, when I was working as a software engineer, I was like, we gotta hire UI people because I suck at it and it's just so painful, and a good UI person is worth their weight in gold. I'm just not a fan of it. All right, so we are in the process of creating sort of I want to make a drag and drop crafting system. So we have like a grid we can like drag things into, and so we're just following a little tutorial on here. So we found a tutorial. Our good friend Moonniz, folks. Anyone doesn't know Moonniz is a streamer as well. Moonniz is an incredible streamer. He is currently working on a Metroidvania game. On his stream, he's taught me just about everything I know about Unity, so be sure to give him a follow. Absolutely fantastic game developer. He's a real game developer. I'm just a guy programming who wants to learn, who's trying to learn a little bit about game development. Yeah, be sure to give Moonniz a follow, folks. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. So we're working on adding this up. So we found this tutorial on how to make a drag and drop inventory system. Elite Storm says, I am waiting to see a Moonniz stream. Gotcha. Moonniz streams most days. I think he streams longer on the weekends, but he happens to stream usually during one of my lunch, not one of my lunch breaks, during my lunch break. So I often am able to catch him. Fabulous stream. Cyber Agreste. Cyber, welcome to the stream. I said, Cyber, welcome to the crew. His name is Cyber Agrest, and I welcome thee. I don't know what I'd do if you were not here. I said, Cyber, thank you. Thank you for following me. Cyber, welcome to the crew, my friend. So happy to have you aboard. I said he in there. I'm gonna apologize if I assumed your gender there. I apologize, but welcome to the crew, my friend. So happy to have you aboard. If you did not hear, I'm a computer science educator. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. Programming or otherwise, and backseat coding is welcome. So welcome to the crew, my friend. So happy to have you here. So what are we? Yeah, so we're in the middle of this tutorial here. You need to have each slot instantiated before you can see inventory item in action. Create another class called inventory UI controller. Have it inherit from mono behavior and add the following code. Okay, so we're gonna now have so we're not making an inventory. This is gonna be our crafting container. All right, so this is gonna be C# script crafting container controller. Crafting container controller. Crafting container UI controller. All right. These names are getting a little long, folks. But don't worry. Don't worry about that. That's just a formality. Crafting container UI controller. The name should say what it is, and the name is what it is. Crafting container UI controller extends mono behavior. Let's put it in our namespace. This is the namespace. Captain Coder. Crafting system. Unity engine. Should we put it in UI? No, just Unity engine. Like this, like that. We put it in here like this, like this, like that. We put it in here, folks. All right, and it's saying copy and paste. We're gonna copy this in. We're gonna get upset again because they're wanting us. Look at this. Don't do this. Do not do this. This is gonna be our grid slot. Grid slot. We don't need this on this side like this. Our visual element. This needs to come from our UI elements. Oh, come on, folks. We're gonna use the Unity engine UI elements namespace. This should be grid slots, grid slot. This should be called our grid slot. Okay, so when this thing wakes up, we're gonna get the UI document that it's inside of, it looks like. We're gonna find the slot container. So this should be our, I think it's still called slot container. Let's go look. Ace, ha, what's up? You're still going. I said, Ace, ha, Welcome back to the crew. Ace, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Thursday. How are you today? Thank you for popping in. So nice to have you here. Mooney says, Elite Stomper, during weekends I stream at an earlier time. Sadly, that usually happens during Captain stream as well. You usually go a little bit longer than I do on the weekend, Mooniz. Not always. I think you start before me as well. That said, folks, would you like to see a Captain Coder Mooniz super stream? Because I would love to see a Captain Coder Mooniz super stream, where I want to do a stream with you, Mooniz. I think that would be so fun. I don't know what we would do there, but we got to do it. The Noob Center. That's Tawny. Tawny's YouTube alter ego. Over on YouTube. How are we still on? We still on, folks. We still on. You know, it's 9:40 p.m. for me, and the stream usually ends at like 8. Yeah, so I'm going a little long. I'm trying to get 20 more minutes. I'm gonna go for 20 more minutes. But it says, I have no idea what we do either. It'd be fun though. We'd have so much fun together. I'd sing at you. You'd grimace. The audience would laugh. And then you could do some coding. I could say, you know, I could write the unit test, you could write the code. It'd be beautiful. Elite Stomp says, yeah, I work from Friday at 2 p.m. and work till 6 a.m. the following morning on Saturday, so weekends are out for me. Gotcha. That's a bummer. That's okay. You do what you got to do. Mooney says, you write the unit test at the same time as I write the implementation. Exactly. We'll use that live share. Does Writer have a live share feature? That's one of the things I love about Visual Studio and VS Code, the live share. All right, so we caught this. Every UI document component. Oh, I was going to check the name here. Container grid slot container. It's called slot container. Slot container, there it is. A says, trying to work out an algorithm to decimate a mesh from the index array, and my brain is on fire. Is it to decimate a mesh? That happens sometimes. My brain often, we like to call that a memory meltdown, which often results in a memory leak, and then your brain's a little gooey, leaks out the side of your ear there and makes a big old puddle all over your keyboard, and then you gotta buy a new keyboard, and then your whole life is ruined, and then 10 years pass that you buy, and next thing you know, you're eating porridge out of an old bean can. And that's just not something anyone wants to do. So just be careful. If you need to take a break, Ace, take a break. So I don't want you eating porridge out of an old bean can, unless that's your thing. If you're into eating porridge out of a bean can, that's okay. Nameless Coder says, that sounds like it would be fun stream to watch. I think it'd be pretty fun. We just got to figure it out. The Noob Centers, and I get all the points. Moon says, Writer has a relatively new thing where you can work in an online workspace together. So my question is, can VS Code connect to it, or do I have to also have Writer? The VS Code one's pretty cool because you send a link, then people can join through the web browser as well, which is really, really cool. Okay. Every UI document component has a root visual element, which is stored in mroot for easy access later. You can use either queue or query to search for a specific element within the hierarchy. So that's what we're doing here. Queue or query. Gotcha. He says, I think you can code in the browser. Yeah, so it turns out VS Code runs in the browser. Fun fact, folks, VS Code it's written in TypeScript, and this is just it actually uses Chromium. So this is actually just Chrome running in a fancy little box for you. It's Chrome running in a fancy little box rendering a web application, which blows my mind. Ace says, Godot 4 also runs in the browser now. Ooh, that sounds really cool. I think I gotta check that. Look, Ace, you're getting me so hyped up for some Godot. I didn't mean to say Godot. I think Godot. Dejeki says, I would love to have Twitch up, but Chrome, the other tab instant, plus Figma, plus VS Code is eating my poor laptop's gigabyte RAM. The things you do to computer away from the house. Yeah. I have like a portable monitor. I have like an extra portable monitor. Is it in this room? Yes. The things you do to computer away. So I have this portable monitor. Check this out. I used to do a lot of remote work. I work from home now, but this is a portable portable is a strong word, but this is a little monitor. It's a little monitor. It has a little kickstand. Come on, kickstand. that pops out like this, and it has an external power source, but you can also plug it in the USB on your computer and drain your USB, your laptop's USB, and it has a little HDMI. So bring this with me if I end up needing an extra monitor when I'm out and about. So I have like, portable is a strong word. It's bigger than the laptop, but it is HD. It's pretty nice. I've been using that for years. I like that. Put that back over here. Muniz says, I'm going to head out for a little bit, going to work on my... Good luck, Muniz, as always. Keep on coding, my friend. Have yourself a beautiful day. And you are welcome back anytime. I'm looking forward to your stream. If you're streaming later today, I think I'll try and make it. Real quick, folks, we gotta give Muniz some love. Click that little heart. Give Muniz some love, folks. Give Muniz some love. We're gonna go for another 15 minutes, and I really gotta hop off here. Maybe a little bit less than 15 minutes. How long was our last break? Okay, it's been like an hour since our last break, so I've been going for extra long, extra, code all about it, Captain, super extra long mega stream. Elite Storm says, why don't you and Muniz let us decide a game theme and you guys build it? Maybe someday. That could be interesting. Muniz would have to agree. I think it'd be cool to do a game jam with Muniz, but we're both... So usually in a game jam, you have like one person as your coder, maybe a little bit. Ooh, maybe it'd be a good opportunity for me to learn. Ooh, maybe I could do the music. Maybe I could do the music on a Muniz game. That would be cool. Maybe we could do that, and then I'll stream composing, and Muniz will stream the coding. Ooh, Muniz, if you're still around. Let's do that. Dejek says, yes, I feel this 100, only one screen is a death sentence. I agree. I've been getting really good at using the virtual desktop and Control-Alt arrows, keying through them. I can't get a second one. I used to use Xmonad I was on Linux, and Xmonad is a desktop controller written in Haskell that you can use to like, every window essentially takes up a whole screen, and it's like, you have crazy hotkeys to hop around between stuff. What are we doing here? We're trying to get through this. Every UI document component, I don't think we're gonna make it. Every UI document component has a root visual element, which is stored in mroot for easy access later. You can use the queue or query to get it. Option 1, option 2. Okay, gotcha. Add the inventory UI controller as a component to the user interface game object and push play to see this. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to examine this code a little bit more. So it's saying user interface, we're gonna add in our crafting controller UI. Let's hit play. Folks, I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited here, folks. Can you tell? Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's almost right. It sort of just fills up as, so I bet if this was a little bit different, let's try 16:9. Let's try reloading this up. Let's try rebuilding. I need to set, I'm really interested here that, save this, 16:9, crafting, grid. I bet if I were to change this to be like 1920, match game view. For some reason, the game view got checked off there. Save. Starshov, welcome to the crew. Starshov, or is that stars, H-O-V? I'm not sure. And stars, H-O-V, welcome to the crew. Starshov, stars, H-O-V, let me know how you want me to pronounce that. Happy Thursday, welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. So happy to have you here, and welcome. We're in the process of trying to learn how to make a crafting system here. We're playing with the UI right now. We're following a little tutorial for the UI. It wanted me to set this to, let's try setting it to full HD. Let's see if that does what we want. 16:9. Okay, so it's doing a thing. If I were to 16:9, I don't quite understand why it's not showing up exactly. Stars HOV says, well, thank you for the warm welcome. You're welcome. I want you to feel welcome here. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we are learning and coding and growing together as a crew. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Just keep it family friendly. We're trying to maintain a family friendly environment here. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm gonna stop here with this tutorial because I do gotta wrap it up. I gotta get to work in 25 minutes. I work remotely, so I don't have to go anywhere. I just have to do a little bit of cleaning up. The captain's got to take care of that. Gotta clean this up a little bit. I'm a little disheveled, folks. So I gonna have to go clean that up a little bit so the captain's not so disheveled here. But we made a lot of progress. We're gonna do a commit. Let's hop back over here to our code. Let's hop back over to our code. We're gonna do a commit. This is awesome. We're gonna commit this. We're gonna do a feat. Oh no, this is a work in progress. Not done. Began work on UI. So we're gonna commit. We're gonna push. We're gonna add a tag. Get status. We're gonna tag this. Get tag. This is get tag end of day 4. So if anyone wants to go access, pull this, see what we're doing here. Get pushed SU end of day 4. End a push U origin end of day 4. There we go. Dejek says, "Oh, you get to teach virtually. That's really nice. It's super nice. I love my job. It's like my dream job. It's amazing." So we got this up there, folks. If you're just tuning in, or if you haven't been following it, and most people haven't been here the whole time, we got a little blog. Hopefully I'll be able to write day 4 blog entry later today. But feel free to go check it out if you want to see what we've accomplished thus far. We got this little site here. I'm trying to keep track of it so people can follow what we're doing. Our learning goals, we've learned about scriptable objects, we learned about dynamic link libraries, adding those to Unity, and we've been playing around with the toolkit. This is in play mode. This is super exciting. So we're going through all our learning goals. We got 3 more days on this project, then we'll probably move. I'm not exactly sure what we do. Next, we might make a version 2 of the crafting system. I'm kind of getting excited about this crafting system. We'll see what it feels like. But yeah, if you want to see what we've done so far, if you want to stay in touch, you can. Stream Elements there just said go to the Discord, which is true. We do have a Discord. If you'd like to join the Discord, keep in touch. Know when things are going to happen. You can do so. We got this nice little community. If you need help on a programming project, we got a bunch of people in here always helping out. It's wonderful, wonderful little environment. Super, super fun. If you want to suggest a project for me to do on stream every week, every 2 weeks, we try and 2 weeks usually is the max. Sometimes it's 3 weeks, but I try to do a new project. I'm going to try and do a new project every week. So if you want to suggest a project, go ahead and drop one in there. I'd love to check it out. But we're going to wrap up here. We're going to find someone to rate. As always, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Let's see who we got. Who we got streaming right now? Anyone we want to go check out? Too Much Tomato has a good one. Ooh, you know who we're gonna go? Let's go see. Let's see. I just started watching this streamer. Oh, they're currently on a break. Maybe I'm gonna check. So Autistic Game Dev looks like they're building a cool tool in Unity. Simple Game Dev's pretty good. I think we rated Simple Game Dev yesterday. Let's go look at Too Much Tomato. Too Much Tomato is awesome too. They're doing some Unity stuff. Commodore work blocks. Cool. I'm gonna wait just a moment. Ace says there are non-autistic game devs. Perhaps. You look, I don't wanna say, perhaps. But I think, this particular person is trying to break into indie game dev. They're so new. They only have 26 followers. So at the very least, we're going to give them a shout out. I saw them this morning, and they were really nice. They want to build a 3D game So in Unity, they're trying to build an asset for doing a 3D tiling system. We're going to see if they come back here in a moment. Otherwise, we're either going to raid Too Much Tomato or Terranam. Yeah, Too Much Tomato just started streaming. Autistic Game Dev has been going for about 7 hours. Pie Dude, I'm so sorry you missed it. Yeah, I stop around... Pie Dude, that's okay. Here's a consolation prize for you. Since you missed so much of it, Pie Dude, and I'm so sorry you've missed it, 50 points to you, my friend, to make up a little bit for you missing it. I go a little bit longer on the weekends though, so maybe over the weekend you can catch me. But yeah, we're doing fantastic. How are you, Pie Dude? Pie Dude, how are you? Why is this ad this ad does not want to end over here on Too Much Tomato stream? On weekends you can make up for the lost time, that's right. All right. Okay, folks. We're gonna go raid. Yeah, we're gonna go. Too bad Autistic Game Dev's not there. We're gonna go raid. Too Much Tomato, folks. Raid Too Much Tomato. As always, everybody, thank you so much for being here. I love you all so much. I love you. You should love you. Love yourself. Be the best you can be. Keep coding. Keep growing. Have a beautiful day. And you are welcome back anytime. Take care.
What's up, Captain Coder? How's it going? Oh my god.